heir of the Sapphire. Welcome to Sapphire Gardens for the third day of the Rothesay County Championship match between Glamorgan and Middlesex. The game on time at 11 o'clock. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides extending a warm Welsh welcome once again to everyone who's travelled here from Middlesex. A warm Welsh welcome as well to the players and officials from Middlesex, as well as to our match umpires Ian Blackwell and James Treadwell, plus match referee Jason Swift. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games taking place here at Sapphire Gardens this summer. That includes the One-Day International here next Sunday, June the 1st, when England meet the West Indies, and the International T20 later in the season, when England play South Africa on Wednesday the 10th of September. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all home games here at Sapphire Gardens, including those in the Vitality T20 Plus, as well as the 100. If you're looking for a scorecard for today's game or at the Thatcher's Pavilion, that's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Hub shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and will be open until 5 p.m. It's also selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor.
Bowles, and Gorvin is again running this one down, but this time it's gone through the slips and it's run away for 4. More in a moment as Roland Jones bowls, and Gorvin again has got runs through the slips, and he's done well in getting on top of the bounce and angling it down as Roland Jones bowls, and Gorvin gets more runs, and this time, believe it or not, he's beaten third man on the inside as well. So they've put a third man down there specifically to cut that off.
6 weeks later, they come back into the side. It was extraordinary. Here's Higgins in, bowls, he's bowled him! Nips that one back in, beats the inside edge. It might have taken a little tickle on the way through, but either way, through the gate it goes, and Gorvin departs. Middlesex.
Higgins, straight to ball, and that's dispatched beautifully out to the boundary on the leg side from Harris.
And those Patterson's in again, he bowls and he's trapped him. LBW, there we go. Patterson has his wicket. That has nipped back in. Cook hasn't got forward to it, and the only thing that could have saved him there is if, in falling across as he did, that he fell across enough outside the line of off. He's in and he's cut, and it's through the covers. Brooks diving to his right, went down low with one hand trying to get something on it, but it pops over the boundary rope just below the pavilion, and 4 more to Glamorgan.
Higgins again, appeals for leg before given, and Higgins eventually does get his 5th wicket of the innings, and Glamorgan are all out for 383.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's run away off a thick edge by Holden. There could be 4 runs down to third man. It's being pursued by 3 players, and it is, of course, Marnus Labuschagne who puts in the headlong dive towards the rope.
Past the umpire, he bowls, and ball's driven down the ground. That's a lovely shot by Holden. One of the shots of the game, though. That's Chester Holden's glorious straight drive, that. We haven't seen too many of those, actually, have we?
Van der Hoogten bowls. Robson does get a very nice shot away this time through cover. This one will run away up to the scoreboard. That's been well timed, actually. Easily beat the pursuit of Andy Gorvin. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's edged and caught it slip. Robson goes, looked tentative earlier in the over, and a big thick edge.
Harris begins a new over. 2 Holden, that's over pitch and driven down the ground. There's no doubt that one was there to be put away. I mean, to say that was a half volley, it was almost a block hole delivery just outside. Danger of the sun breaking through as Harris comes in and in danger of breaking through this Middlesex top order. He beats the edge of Holden's bat, and that is lunch. Holden turns and starts.
In comes Van der Hoogten and bowls, and that's driven through the offside. That'll be runs, 4 of them. That's been well timed by Holman, racing away to the ropes up at deep extra cover.
Harris bowls, and that's a lovely shot by Holden. Goodness me, that ball races even across the slightly damp now outfield. Certainly just had a sprinkling of rain. Harris begins his 6th over. He bowls full straight and he's driven down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. Glorious on drive, that one. We've seen a couple of 3 straight drives from him now. Webby as his Harris bowls, and driven wide mid off. That's 4 more. Oh, the drives keep coming from Holden. That's the way through extra cover, and glorious. From the Cathedral Road end, he bowls, and straight through him. Around the wicket, through the gate. And Holman, I think, might have eyed a few of those Holden drives. He's just wafted at that one on the off stump.
This grey afternoon. Bowls, nice covered drive from Deploy. That was a really classy shot, racing away through the covers for 4 to get Lewis Deploy off the mark. 54 for 2.
He has done that earlier on this season as Harris, that's whipped away, could go all the way for 4, which it does. Down towards that deep fine legger. 5th ball of the over. And that's dispatched as well. Perfect timing. And that will race all the way through for 4 through deep extra cover.
Gorvin bowls, edge caught. Holden has gone. Simple slip catch for Kieran Carlson. Andy Gorvin celebrates with the vice captain. And Glamorgan have their first bowling point of the innings, and Middlesex are in some difficulty at 70 for 3. Ryan Higgins is on strike, having excelled with the ball. Gorvin bowls to him, big appeal. LBW first ball is gone. Higgins goes. Not much foot movement. Gorvin celebrates again. Back slaps all round among the Glamorgan troops. High fives. Higgins, a hero with the ball.
But to the right-handed Geddes, who drives hard through the covers for 4. Glorious shot. That was dismissive. Over-pitched from Gorvin, and that's the difficulty of a skiddy bowler like that. You put it right up there on that length. Bowls, and this is worked away back of the square on the leg side. They will take... they will take 3 after a stunning piece of fielding down there. Who is that? Is that Marnus?
Kuhneman is in again. Down the picket pitch. This is skied. It should be caught at cover, and Deploy is caught as he went on the attack looking to hit straight. And Tom Bevan took a good tumbling catch.
Shadow cast out in front of him to his right as he runs in and bowls, and that's clipped away by Geddes through mid wicket. That's a nice shot, powerful shot, strong hands on that as he pushes it hard away into the onside.
Almost a leg gully position as that's poor ball, and it's treated accordingly by Davies, stepping back and cracking it through, scattering the pigeons through the offside.
At the moment, Harris, and that's an excellent shot past mid-off, and that'll go for 4 runs.
Left arm spinner, and that one is another one that's offered a bit of width, and it's been put away again by Davies down towards backward point. Ul Hassan gives chase in vain. That's short and flat, and that's the bad ball that Davies was waiting for, and he takes full advantage. Flat batting it away through point for 4 runs.
Harris. And he's caught! That slip, well, he lashed out at it. Geddes, and well taken in the slip cordon. And that's a big wicket for Glamorgan.
Well, Hassan bowls driven off a thick edge by Davies. There'll be 4 runs down to wide third man. And pretty safe. Don't think he was looking to.
This time he is off the mark with aplomb, and that'll go for 4 runs. Caught it well on the up.
Starts to really build this innings as this ball's short.
It's a great catch.
It's gone straight to mid-wicket. It's pulled straight to mid-wicket by Davies, and well, he really got hold of it, but he's picked out mid-wicket, and he'll hang his head as he walks back in somewhat disbelief. So for Gohar awaits as Hassan bowls up on his toes. That's a lovely shot back down the ground. Get at least a couple hit. Van der Houten giving chase, and he's going to beat him. Oh, the hot boy.
Where I'm staying tonight.
Oh, steady.
Govin. And he's caught. Well, Govin just outside the off stump. Roland Jones went for it, but great hands from Tribe.
We'll be over in 2 balls.
Well, he's clipped another one down the leg side for another 4 runs. Came off the pad with it.
No. Yes, you're right.
That's Sophia Gardens. Full of length ball and dispatched once again through extra cover, and that'll go for another boundary.
This ball's a beaut, and it's edged and gone. And there we go. It's what we were saying. 9 and 10 can go so quickly with Ul Hassan at the other end. But that was the last ball of the over, so Gohar will have the strike.
Govin, and that edged caught, and that is the end of the Middlesex innings. Govin's 4th wicket, and Middlesex all out in their first innings for 155.
As you will know, the follow-on was enforced yesterday evening before rain prevented a resumption. We have 104 overs today with lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock, and a close of play at 6:30 or whenever the 104 overs have been completed.
Very good morning from the BBC Sport team here at Sophia Gardens, where play is getting underway on time on day 3 of Glamorgan against Middlesex. Now we asked, could this be the final day of the game? Not necessarily because we expect Middlesex to be bowled out, but because the weather forecast is pretty poor for tomorrow. So Glamorgan will be making every effort to get it done quickly if they're in a position to do so. Middlesex starting their second innings, 228 runs behind. And our condolences to the family and friends of Len Smith, the former groundsman here at Sophia Gardens, who's passed away this weekend. So it's Glamorgan against Middlesex. Nick Webb, and good morning to Kevin Hand.
Morning Webby, morning everybody. Yeah, lovely to be back. Lovely conditions this morning, very different picture. Although saying that, it's just clouded over for the start of play, hasn't it? But much brighter day.
Glamorgan could do with a bit more cloud as Van der Hoogten bowls and Robson plays. Holden plays the first ball of the day out on the offside. The scoreboard not entirely correct. Which
they've done both you and the scoreboard. They switched each innings. So if Robson faces first ball of first innings, then the other fella will face.
Right.
Say the other fella. Obviously it's Max for this, but it had been Fernandez, and I think they'd started doing it with Stoneman and Robson.
Okay.
Because usually you have one who's like, no, I'll take the first ball. But they switch per innings.
Holden, the left-hander on strike. Van der Hoogten bowls and he pushes that out on the offside, and there is no run. If you weren't with us last night, why not?
Yes. What are you doing?
If you missed it, Glamorgan bowled out Middlesex for 155. There were scheduled to be 4 overs left for Middlesex to face in the second innings, but the hover cover was brought on because of a flurry of rain, and with the sheeting on as well, the umpires decided that would be it. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Holden dead bats that one out on the leg side, no run.
Well, in some ways it has worked favourably for the follow-up for Middlesex. It would have been awful for them to come out and bat 4 overs yesterday evening. Holden and Robson, you'd have had to have wondered, would they have reversed the order, send out the 10 and 11 to go and face those 4 overs last night. Following on, the conditions were grim, as they were all day. As you say, a brighter day today, but the clouds just filled in a little.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Holden is defending up to mid-off. So if you are in the Cardiff area and you've got time to spare today, I'd suggest you come on down today, because firstly Glamorgan are in a very strong position to potentially win this game today, and secondly there ain't likely to be much tomorrow to watch.
Yeah, and Middlesex have got themselves into this position because of a rough day with the bat yesterday. As
Van der Hoogten is on his way, bowls, and that's played on the leg side by Holden. Talking to Matt Kuhneman. You can read some of that interview on the back of my bottom of my match report from last night on the BBC Sport website, and also on the X feed. Matt Kuhneman said it was bowling as a unit with his new and temporary teammates, and he enjoyed the experience. What I didn't realise is that he's not actually expecting to play in the World Test Championship final, because he thinks he'll go for one spin and that'll be Lyon. Van der Hoogten bowls and Holden gets his bat out of the way at the last minute. So one of the 104 overs that Middlesex might have to face is safely negotiated. It's still 0 for 0. And Kuhneman did emphasise his love for county cricket. He's had a spell at Durham before now. Basically, it sounds like Labuschagne, he's a bit of a cricket badger, just loves playing anywhere, or he says he likes playing all the year round if possible. And
does he need 5 days rest in between games? Does he want us down to 12 games a season?
He said he liked the number of county championship games and the fact that there were 2 divisions as well.
Yeah, it's cracking. It's the best domestic first-class competition in the world, and it's, as the rest of the world look at us, it's the finishing school for their finest to come. But for some reason, we don't see it that way. James Harris at the Cathedral Road end, 4 slips in place, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. A 6-3 field as Harris' right arm over. He bowls and the right-handed Robson's forward, pushing away into the offside. There's no run. Very, very popular player at Middlesex. James Harris.
Good to hear. Nice guy. And in relation to yesterday's events, I'm still amazed and somewhat baffled how Shoaib Bashir can take 2 wickets in 3 weeks for Glamorgan and suddenly turn it on and get 9 against Zimbabwe.
As we said, one or two said it this morning as well, it just shows how strong the championship is. Harris past the umpire, he bowls and full, it's driven away. Robson is off the mark, and so are Middlesex, off the mark with a boundary. Lovely cover drive, just leaning into that one, over pitched from Harris. Middlesex full without loss.
A couple of his wickets were hacks, I think, from the batters from Zimbabwe, but obviously earned most of them. With Plum LBW too, and hitting the stumps as well. Harris light just dims slightly as Harris bowls short, and Robson up on his toes defends this one. Robson will be desperate for a score today. He'll drop out of the side now out of the squad, the blast beginning, and having had a break already with the birth of his first child. Good news, of course, but it's meant he's missed a few games, and he'll have been desperate for a little bit more cricket than he's had, and he'll have been desperate for a lot more runs than he's produced so far this season. Here's Harris past the umpire, he bowls, it's full and it's clipped away through mid-wicket. That'll be 4 more. It's a lovely shot. Leg stump, half volley, no mistake from Robson. Yes, Harris not quite getting his lengths right. As you say, a couple of half volleys which have been very firmly tucked away, and of course with Morgan having 3 slips, there are a reasonable number of gaps in the field. Mid on, mid wicket, fine leg. Mid off, cover, point. A very conventional field at the moment. Harris. Oh, he bowls another one into the slot outside off stump, and he's driven for 4 more. 12 without loss, Middlesex. That'll just make them sit a little easier. They are an awfully long way behind, of course, in this game. They still trail by 216 runs, but 3 deliveries in this over have just taken a nice little chunk and got Middlesex and Robson into this game. Well, do you think that Middlesex should be somewhere near parity by the tea interval if they're still going 110 a session? Yeah. Here's Harris, and follows up with a solid line of length which Robson defends to mid-off to end the over. 3 boundaries, 2 through the covers, 1 clip through mid-wicket, and Middlesex 12 without loss after 2 overs of the follow-on. And you get the factor then, if Middlesex do get 80 to 100 ahead tonight and Glamorgan have a small number of overs to go for them, do they then throw the bat at everything tonight in the expectation of poor weather potentially wiping out tomorrow's play completely? Well, yeah, interesting one, isn't it? Because you're following on usually like this. You have to think, well, we have to score runs because 2 days left of the game. We can't just bat. As Van der Hoogten bowls and beats the outside edge, as Holden fished at that one. And you never play for the weather, but with the forecast as it is tomorrow, Middlesex in some ways think, right, we've just got to occupy the crease first and foremost. Occupy the crease. Run down the bowlers. Yeah, if they can bat 104 overs, they've in all probability saved the game, you would have thought.
Well, what Middlesex have got to do is find out if this is a new ball pitch, and that means try and get to the 40th over mark, 50th over mark with wickets in hand.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Holden, looking to leave, deflects it down accidentally into the slips, which is an unusual one. The black armbands are in memory of the late groundsman Len Smith, by the way, on all the Glamorgan players today. 12 for naught Middlesex, 216 runs in arrears here on BBC Sport Online. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Holden is forward. So Glamorgan have not beaten Middlesex in the county championship since 2011 when they won at Lords. They also did that one at Lords in 2010. At Swansea in 2009, Southgate in the year 2000, but you have to go back to 1991 for Glamorgan's last championship win over Middlesex on this ground, which is a heck of a long time. But some years there haven't been fixtures, otherwise years they've been elsewhere, as Holden is off the mark here, steering it down through the gully. They'll go through for a couple of runs as Tom Bevan does the fielding. Bevan, who didn't make an impact with the bat, but did in the field a tricky catch to get rid of Duploy off Kuhneman, and then an absolute worldie, as they say, to get rid of Jack Davis off Zain ul Hassan, pulling hard to mid-wicket, and Bevan flew through the air to make the catch. 14 for naught. Holden off the mark with 2. Well, that one sat up a bit from Van der Hoogten, forced a hurried defensive renegotiation, and Dr. Hignell has been going back through the scorecards, and he can't find a previous instance of Glamorgan enforcing the follow-on against Middlesex. Now, this is not so far a comprehensive check, but maybe the first time ever.
Wow.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, and now that was a poor shot from Holden, fiddling at a ball that he was a bit indecisive about. Did he need to play it? Maybe not, but if he did, it wasn't hugely successful. He's followed that one instinctively.
Yeah, whether Van der Hoogten's just gone a little bit wider on the crease there and pushed it across him, because as it leaves him, and it does, it was already at an angle that he perhaps didn't need to really consider playing at it, but
it's something that you'll see from Van der Hoogten, particularly in the T20 game, that he does occasionally jump wider of the crease to get a different angle all of a sudden.
Here's Harris, smooth, rhythmical bowler, and he goes straight through Robson there. They're appealing, nothing doing, beating him on the back foot, looking for the inside edge. Or to convince the umpire that there was an inside edge. Umpire's just thrown up his arms, not sure what with regards. We'll have a look at this, the replay from behind. If we get it, it'll probably give us a better idea, but it's jagged back in. My goodness me, how it hasn't bowled him. It must be almighty close, that, but
it's very close to the off bail.
Yeah, it's the one from behind will give us the real idea as to what and where. Oh my goodness me.
Flicked off the hip, I think, just as it passed over the off bail.
Harris bowls full straight, and forward goes Robson.
Just a little reminder from for Sam Robson after he dispatched Harris for those previous 3-4s in the first over.
The first and only umbrella of the day has gone up in the pavilion, bottom left down there.
Oh dear. Yeah, there were just a couple of spots as I came into the...
Oh, it looks glorious, the hills in the distance there.
Cathedral Road about 9:45.
You could just see it just dimmed, didn't it, the light, just after the start of play. It's brightening a little more now over our left shoulder by the looks of it. So here's Harris in, bowls, and forward goes Robson. Drives wide of mid-off. That's a lovely shot. Got a few away through the covers, didn't he? But that one wasn't quite that juicy wide half volley that he's put away so far. He just leaned into that. And another boundary for the Middlesex opener. 16 from 9 he has now. That wasn't a bad ball at all from Harris, but a very fine shot from Robson.
Yes, apparently, according to Edward Cooper, it is drafty down at the river end of the ground.
Yeah, there's a strong wind today. Much stronger wind today than there's been on any other days. You say those flags at half-mast over there. They're being buffeted by the wind at the moment as Harris comes in and looks to buffet Robson once more, but he's back and he's this time punching down to the vacant deep third, and that is going to be 4 more. There's no one down there sweeping up, so Robson looking to score, maybe a little more finer than he intended, with a bit of a thick edge about it, but it was a scoring shot. He was looking to punch. He was in good control of that, to be fair, Robson. And it's 22 without loss.
This is quite the opening salvo, isn't it, from Sam Robson?
Well, they trail by 206, don't they?
It's almost 10% of the job done already.
Yeah. Harris, back-to-back boundaries, and now onto the legs, but Robson, watchful of that one, just eases away into the onside. And no run, just reminded myself of what the partnership was in the first innings of this game. I've just been looking back through the records of both Middlesex and their openers so far this season, but the first innings stand was only 14, but it was 47 for 2, wasn't it? It was the second wicket, at 47 for 1. You're thinking, all right, they're getting there. Then it was 47 for 2, but they got 70 for 2. So Harris bowls onto the legs. That's clipped away, 4 more. Just got a little bit too straight there, Harris, and radar not quite right at the moment. Robson's on to 24, Middlesex at 26 without loss. They're trailed by just 202, and I felt he got away with the previous ball, Harris. He didn't get away with that one. Robson made no mistake this time and clips in front of that mid-wicket fielder who fielded the ball before. So yes, it was 70 for 3, and then that was when the problems really began, wasn't it, when Holden fell in the first innings. Holden making 42 in the first dig before he was caught. Carlson bowled Gorvin, and Robson was caught north-east off the bowling of Van der Hutten for 6.
Don't you just love county cricket in the springtime? We had a shot on camera of some very chilly-looking spectators wrapped up and huddled up, sitting together for warmth as much as anything maybe. 26 for naught. Van der Hutten has conceded just 2 in his 2 overs, and that's on the legs of Holden though, and he's worked it away. There could be a boundary here as Kuhneman slides. He's done well there, Matt Kuhneman, the left arm spinner, and saved a couple on the backward square leg ropes.
And is it, everything we've discussed about the schedule, is it, what a prime example. Could you imagine we didn't have the first 2 weeks of the season and that glorious sunshine, and this was a couple of rounds. You never know when the weather. It's not as though we start in April and gradually the weather's going to get better and better and better and better. It doesn't work that way, does it?
Van der Hutten bowls. That's driven through the offside. Holden's joining in the fun now as that is pursued by Tribe towards the boundary, and he's been unable to stop it, tumbling, sliding over the ropes, and then watching the ball trickle after him. So it's a first boundary for Holden, and Middlesex are knocking them off with no problems. They're obviously aiming for a tea-time declaration.
Well, it's a vastly different day, this, isn't it, now, for Middlesex? But it only, as we said all day yesterday, really, from the opening stand, the second wicket partnership, the third, you just add 2 wickets to the scoreboard. And in fact, I think I remember saying it to you at 70 for 4, didn't I?
Van der Hutten bowls, and this is worked through the leg side again. Again, Kuhneman is in action, and again it's 2 runs down to square leg, so 8 off the first 3 Van der Hutten bowls. Good morning to Rhys Jenkins, who is listening from the lounge at Taipei Airport with a Scotch bound for Hong Kong.
Oh.
Safe travels, Rhys?
Onboard Wi-Fi?
Not sure.
Nick Webb at 30,000 feet?
That's a horrible prospect. Any chance of a Glamorgan player playing for Queensland in the Sheffield Shield, says Edward. Well, plenty of them. Labuschagne.
Mason Crane. Mason Crane.
Yeah. As that's through outside off stump and allowed to go through. And a few British players.
He was the first overseas player in the Shield since I'm trying to remember whether it was Waka Yunus or Wazim Akram.
Okay. I'd forgotten
it was
that
on that MCC. He was there as well against Middlesex in 2017, the MCC Champions match in Abu Dhabi. Mason Crane.
Yeah, New South Wales played for in the 16-17 season. Mason Crane, well remembered.
I'm not just a pretty face, Webby.
As that is worked away by Holden off thick outside edge. It's yet more runs down towards third man this time, and sliding after it is Tribe. 2 more, 36 for naught, and we're only in the 5th over of the day, so it's a run fest for the visitors here.
Font of knowledge, some of it occasionally useful or relevant.
And the face of social media as well, Kevin, with his little posts from the ground. As that is defended for once by Holden, but he's taken 10 off that over, and Middlesex are absolutely flying. They're 36 for naught after 5, and no one expected either the Spanish Inquisition or this start from Middlesex.
I want to know why we haven't got comms cabin here, Webby. All the little the listeners miss out on all the little sideways looks that I get. There you go, and the eyebrow raise, exactly that.
Oh, I've got the best eyebrow raise since Roger Moore.
Since Carlo Ancelotti. He's off, isn't he? Brazil manager at the World Cup. That's not bad, is it? You're leaving Real Madrid to go and be the Brazil manager at the World Cup. Hard old game, isn't it? Hard old life. Sun's out. Speaking of a hard life, we're here watching cricket, which, well, we better make the most of it at the rate things are going with plans for the schedule in this country. But glorious sunny day it is here, and a glorious match bubbling up at the moment for Glamorgan, as here's Harris in. Bowls short, and he's thumped on a cut shot by Robson. Goodness me, Harris is having a real problem with his radar this morning. That's a rank long hop wide outside the off stump, and Robson gives it the treatment, cutting past what was a ducking backward point.
Yeah, I don't think the fielder there picked it up. Is it Al Hassan? Just didn't see it, and
just said, get me out of the way of that one.
To get away against the, I suppose, dark blue of the grandstand that he's looking at.
He's sent back to a deep backward
yes,
point.
That's safer.
Yes.
Stay out there, Zane.
Yeah. Oh, our trio of hecklers have gone. Helmond, Brooks and Eskenazi. The Middlesex version of Statler and Waldorf on the balcony there, weren't they? Apparently giving it to anybody who was in hearing distance. As Harris is in, that's better. Line and length, top of off stump. He had that beaut to beat Robson, and he went up thinking he had him, didn't he? And Nick going through the gate, but
I always think of many of our county cricket commentators, myself included, as the equivalent of Statler and Waldorf, sitting on high, grumbling gently about how things aren't what they used to be.
Yeah, our little perch up here. Let's grumble to ourselves in years to come, by the sounds of it. I mean, here's Harris. There's Robson late cuts to backward point, and the fielder had come up again. I think he got a hand to it, which has taken the pace off it, Al Hassan. So they're going to get back for 3 as the ball's pulled up inside of that deep boundary down there towards where the river stand and the pavilion meet.
Well, excuse me, Middlesex, do you think it's T20? That's next Sunday.
Yes.
Between these two sides.
Yes.
But
is it next Sunday? Oh.
This wouldn't be too shabby in a T20 game. 43, halfway through the 6th over.
I haven't thought past the next fixture. I've just seen yet. Thursday's the next one. Sunday again, is it?
Sunday. Next Sunday at Northwood.
Here goes Harris. Bowls 2. Holden pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. So it's
yes, Middlesex have got less time to prep the T20, haven't they? Because it's a Thursday date for you.
Yes, yeah. So have you not got a game on Friday?
Nope. There's a friendly away to Wiltshire on Friday.
Yeah, Sussex at Lords.
Won't be live on the BBC.
On Thursday, the Sharks. And then Glamorgan at Northwood on the Sunday. Then the following Thursday at Lords against Kent. 3 home fixtures to start. Here's Harris to Holden, who defends on the back foot, and there's no run. And then to Chelmsford the following Sunday for Taunton and Southampton trips. Back to back, Thursday and Friday. That's a busy one on the road, isn't it? From Taunton on the Thursday.
What's the Taunton Thursday to?
Southampton on the Friday. Not too bad. I guess an overnight stay in Taunton and then up and drive in the morning to Southampton. Here's Harris in bowls, and is defended by Holden. Back up the track, 6 overs done, 43 without loss, trailing by 185 following on Middlesex.
Thanks to Morgan Barrell, who's drawn my attention to a scorecard from the Middlesex County Cricket League, 3rd tier, Division 1. What happened here? North London CC, 426 for 6 off 45 overs, 3rd 11. So they've gone at 9.5 runs and over. Richmond CC, 4th 11, 2 all out in 5.4 overs.
How many? Can you see the wicket takers? Was the one that took 9 wickets? Have they got a ringer in there, or?
Let's have a check on that. Because I was sent the scorecard isn't online, but I was sent a picture by Dan Whiting as that's down leg side and no contact made by Sam Robson. If I can just pull it up. Where's the thread? It disappeared. I'm sure there was. So one guy scored a single, and the other was a wide. But that must have been something going on. Maybe they just had enough by the time they'd conceded 426. In comes Van der Hoogten and bowls, and that's played out on the offside by Sam Robson, and there is no run. Let's see, well, they were a man short. One of the bowlers took 3 wickets and the other guy took 6 by the look of it. Oh no, there's a run out. One guy took 3, the other took 5, there's a run out, and they were 1 short anyway. In comes Van der Hoogten, bowls, and that's beaten the bat of Sam Robson for once. But Middlesex have galloped on to 43 without loss inside first 25 minutes of play this morning. I mean, I've been in a few heavy defeats, but not one quite that bad. Being 30 odd all out at Tondy a few years back still rankles. So we actually bowled and fielded quite well. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Robson is forward, defending it out on the offside. And there is no run. If anyone can fill in any colour from that Middlesex League match, then do let us know. And
how many did North London get?
426 or something like that.
426. I'm putting out my feelers.
As in comes Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's clipped on the leg side by Robson. No run.
Would the thirds have been a friendly, or would it have been a league game? If it's a league game, it will carry that little bit more weight, that scorecard, won't it? If it's a friendly, I mean, it's still all out for 2, but
yeah, you've got to have the feeling they've given up. I mean, even if you have a team of complete duffers, they'll edge 1 or 2 along the way, won't they?
Which game are we talking about? That's a good start here, 43 without loss.
Van der Hoogten into Robson on 31 not out, and he's pressing forward, and there's no run. It's described as Middlesex County League 3rd tier Division 1.
Yeah, so it was a league game. Yeah.
I don't know how the Middlesex County
but
League
what I mean is it wasn't
a muck around friendly.
Yeah.
No. There we are.
I mean, Richmond's a fabulous club. Obviously, they've staged Glamorgan and Middlesex fixtures over the years. Many a fixture in the T20.
Oh, of course, yes. It's the
Old Deer Park.
It's the Old Deer Park. This one wouldn't have been, but
no. If it's the third, then the first or seconds would have been.
It looks as though it's hosted by North London CC. So
I mean, they've put on 426 or whatever it was, so it's nothing about the pitch. Harris beginning the 8th over of the innings. He bowls to Holden, who's in behind this one. He got him down the ground for a couple of lovely drives in the first innings, didn't he, Holden? Some of the shots of the game, indeed, those drives, although one of Robson's drives just wide of mid-off a couple of overs back was up there, wasn't it? But it's a sunny day. I know I did mean to go and badger one of them this morning and say, look, it's been a seamer surface so far. But it was a cloudy day yesterday, and cloudy you associate more often than not with a bit of swing. But whether that affected the humidity yesterday, as here comes Harris, is defended by Holden into the onside, and there's no in terms of the surface, whether it brought any moisture to the surface, the humidity. But today, sun's out, and it looks and it feels a different day, doesn't it? For the it certainly looks a different day for the Middlesex batters at the moment.
It looks it, yes. I'm not sure if it feels it in terms of the spectators.
No,
A few with shorts around, but a few huddled up. So
Harris past the umpire, he bowls, and Holden's forward, driving with an open face. Lovely shot. Backward point is Beeson. Just leaned into that one, opening the face and guiding it in front of backward point for 4 more. Middlesex rattle along to 47 without loss.
over 8 plus 3, so that's
about more than 106 today. 104.
104. Yes, well, I was criticising Glamorgan on air for several weeks, so I shall now praise them on air. Well done.
Well, we have said if they want to cut the amount of cricket they play, we'll just get off at 6 each evening then. And get on with it. Harris, Cathedral Road end, where we are sat here in the BBC Online commentary box, as back foot. Holden pushes back up the track, 47 without. I say BBC Online, but does anybody actually have a radio anymore? Does anybody listen to the radio anymore, or do we all just have a smart device and online listen to our...
Well, you can channel it to your radio via Bluetooth, can't you? The online coverage.
No, but I mean, even if you were listening to Radio 2 or Radio 1 or One Extra, I know is your particular station of choice.
Down with the kids,
exactly.
Yeah. Not.
Here's Harris, he's in bowls and beats Holden through to the keeper. It goes. I must admit, I never thought I'd listen to pop music again, but the last 5, 6, 7 years, it's just like listening to the 80s all over again. It's brilliant. It is. They've taken all of their inspiration from the 80s. I remember one day driving along and thinking, how have I ended up on an 80s station here? And it was Radio 1 or something. Brilliant.
Yeah, we get a bit of stick from our kids on this. So. Come on, Mum and Dad. Which 80s song is this ripped off then? Ha ha ha.
Yeah, but it's not only the rip off. They do. They have really drawn inspiration from it. Here's Harris. He's in bowls, and this is pushed back into the offside. So I never thought I'd be listening to pop music again. Brilliant. 47 without loss. 8 overs bowled. How did we get onto that? Oh, radios. Yeah, who actually has a radio? You don't have a physical radio anymore, do you? Do you have a physical radio in the house?
Yes, several. Yeah.
Do you use them? Are they propping up doorstops? Or?
No, occasionally, yeah. Yeah.
You just turn to your smart speakers now, don't you? Your smartphones, and just play this, and off it goes.
You get better sound off a larger device, don't you? You don't get brilliant sound off your phone. Even if I'm listening via the phone, I quite often stick it on via Bluetooth onto a physical radio.
Yeah, or onto the telly or something, yeah. Yeah, fair enough.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and that is defended by Robson. Back down the pitch, and there is no run.
But I could never imagine going. I don't have a radio at the moment. I could never imagine going and buying one again. You'd buy speakers and just connect your smart stuff to the speakers, wouldn't you? And away you go.
Yeah. Well, I'm in need of a new vinyl player at the moment because.
Well, that's different. That's made a comeback as well, hasn't it? Just like the 80s, vinyl's back.
Yes. We had a slight misunderstanding in our household.
Oh dear.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's down leg side, and Robson makes a half play at it, but it's through to Chris Cook. In that one record player was malfunctioning and one was fine, and the wrong one got taken down the tip. And it wasn't by me. So that caused a little, and the one left isn't working. So,
oh dear,
I'll be shopping for a new vinyl player at some point over the summer. 47 for North Middlesex. Van der Hoogten bowls and beats the edge there as Robson pushes forward. Glamorgan starting to string together a couple of dots for the first time this morning. 3 from Van der Hoogten in a row.
Yeah, I've overstayed my welcome, haven't I? I need to get out of the way at the end of this over. Let me just tell you quickly, though, on Holden and Robson. Holden, for me, is in the form of his life at the moment. He looks brilliant. Really good nick. 69 and 184 at Lords against Lancashire to begin. Then 26 and 5 in a tough game down at Canterbury for Middlesex. 107 in the first innings against Glamorgan. Then 7 when throwing the bat in the bad light.
As that is defended by Robson to cover, no run.
Which Glamorgan may well be doing tomorrow. If it is a bit of rain around, they could be throwing the bat in desperation, couldn't they, if the weather's...
It's a possibility,
That's why they need to try and get it done today. At Derbyshire, he was 15 and 94, and with the 94, Middlesex were batting to save the game there and following on, and they got themselves into a solid position. He got out just before lunch going for a big shot for 6 to get his century, which made it a slightly nervier afternoon session, but Middlesex was safe enough. But no, he's in good form. He's only got 16, 38, 7 and 18, and then of course the 40 odd he got in the first innings here. So
Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and that's defended to mid on by Robson, no run.
So he'll be keen to add to his first class tally before the break for the T20, but this man on strike at the moment, Sam Robson in particular though, as he won't be part of the T20 setup, so he's got a long break now. I say a long break, he's got very few first class games to play over the next goodness knows how many months, but he got 70 and 3 in the first match, and then 10 and 9 against Kent at Lords in that victory a couple of weeks back. Norton 23 against Leicestershire in the defeat last week, and there is only 3 games, and obviously with not much of a score in the first innings here, he's desperate for some runs.
Van der Hoogten is in, and that's nicely driven by Robson, but for once he doesn't get the value for money. Kevin Hand will be back in half an hour with his thoughts on cassette players or whatever. 47 without loss, Middlesex, and they really have made a strong start. They've reduced the deficit already to 181, and Andy Gorvin will take over from James Harris, whose first 4 overs cost 35 runs. It's probably his most expensive spell of the championship this year, I would imagine, and I'm talking about through till September then as well. Dylan Griffiths is with me, and good morning, Borodah, and he'll describe Andy Gorvin's over.
Yes, Borodah, good to be back for the second day here at Sophia Gardens. Enjoyed my walk in to the ground this morning. About a half an hour, there was a bit of rain on the way, but thankfully that has gone, and Gorvin comes in, first change. Defended well by Holden. Bowled well yesterday. Gorvin took 4 wickets, but been very impressed with Middlesex's stance and positivity so far this morning. Raced on to 47 without loss, and enjoyed a chat as well about 80s music with with Kevin. Gorvin just delaying his run up for the time being. Holden not quite happy. Might be a bit of movement from the spectators behind Gorvin as he comes in past the umpire this time, and just lifted a bit that ball by Gorvin. Bit of pace, defended well.
Yeah, Lady Gaga, Madonna.
Yeah, I'm quite partial, Nick, on a way home on a Saturday night from a game. Just putting the sound of the 80s on keeps me going. Must be the trend. Gorvin again. Third ball of the over. Good length, but turned away down the leg side, and that'll run for another 4 runs. Takes Middlesex over the 50 mark. Clipped away nicely.
Well, I thought we might see Middlesex grinding away, but they've come out all guns firing with 50 up in just the 10th over.
Yeah, raced away down to deep third man. So Holden is on 20 from 30 balls, and Robson 31 from just 27 balls. Just what Middlesex needed. just to ease a bit of the pressure. They still trail by 177. Gorvin, fuller delivery, but nicely placed through mid-on for another single. 52 without loss.
On those long trips for away games, I've only just getting used to having to play stuff off my phone in musical terms. I much prefer the days where you can take a pile of CDs and chuck them in.
Don't get many cars with CD players.
No.
And the development of the old podcast as a Gorvin defended back to the bowler by Robson.
Well, my own car is 20 years old and the radio's not up to much anyway, so it is a pile of CDs if I'm using my own car. Mostly it's pool or hire cars for away games, if we're going to be away for some time, or it's a particularly long haul.
There we go, through some mileage in a season as Gorvin. Fuller delivery dispatched once again through deep extra cover. 4 runs and finishing the over with another boundary, 2 boundaries in that over. And Middlesex now 56 without loss, trailing by 172. And the 2 batsmen, Robson and Holden. Well, we talked yesterday about forming a partnership, something Middlesex weren't able to do, but they've started well.
They have indeed. Van der Hoogten has bowled 3 maidens. His other 2 overs have conceded 12. Harrison Gorvin getting stick as that is played out into the offside by Max Holden, and there's no run. But this is such a contrast, really, and you have to say that there have been rather too many half volleys on offer from the Glamorgan point of view for the Middlesex batters to tuck into. Yesterday we saw the ball moving off the seam, and this morning, well, they haven't really given themselves that chance to do that.
No, it's been chalk and cheese so far.
Van der Hoogten into bowl. Robson, Holden dead bats it back to him, and the sheet that provides part of the sight screen at the River Taff end really billowing out now and again in this strong breeze. I thought, looking at the forecast, it would be pleasant viewing conditions for spectators at the ground today, but it's not as good as I thought it'd be. As Van der Hoogten round the wicket bowls, and Holden steers it into a gap on the offside and trots through for a single. 57 without loss, and that is pretty much a quarter of the deficit or thereabouts.
A few more in today, I think, Nick. Spectator-wise, just a few.
Yeah, a few more than yesterday, but most of those yesterday went home after the long interruption at the lunch break anyway. A few of them might have been, well, I know there's one gentleman who was heading to rugby because he was wearing a Northampton Saints shirt. Crying into his beer last night. Van der Hoogten is on his way. Bowls, and that's beaten Robson. That's the better length that Glamorgan have failed to find previously this morning. Just occasionally back of a length, certainly not the full length that was on offer earlier on, and Robson playing at that, beaten through to Chris Cook. So Glamorgan, of course, with the 4 seamers this match rather than the 5 that they have been playing with. As Van der Hoogten bowls and squirted out on the offside by Robson. As far as cover, there's no run. Talking to Matt Kuhneman last night, it was good to hear his love for county cricket, and Well, obviously a one-off appearance isn't much. Simply that, likewise the two-off from Marnus Labuschagne. Obviously, if they do enjoy life here, then there's always the possibility of getting longer stints out of them in future years. And Kuhnemann, 28 years old, should have quite a few left as a spinner. Van der Hoogten bowls turned off the pad. Robson will get 1 run on total. Will he get one to his own credit? No, he won't. It was a leg by. Ball trickling towards the square leg umpire. 58 for naught at the end of the over. Just 1 run off the bat from Tim van der Hoogten's over. So he's bowled tight. But Middlesex have been laying into everything from the Cathedral Road end. First Harris and now Gorvin, and Gorvin is usually a pretty economical bowler, but he was hit for a couple of boundaries in his first over. But good to see that Glamorgan are sticking with the 3 slips. They haven't dropped anyone back as yet.
No, they could do with a wicket, certainly. It's been Middlesex's morning so far. Gorvin, second over. Oh, appeals for leg before. I don't think the umpire will give that one. As a strong appeal from Gorvin, and behind the wicket once again.
Just checking with the umpire, having a word on his way past Andy Gorvin, but it'll be interesting to see the replay of that one. I thought that was a good shout. Didn't get very far forwards, just about drifting down leg. May have clipped the top of the leg stump, but benefit of the doubt to the batter.
Wind's picked up again.
Oh, it's horrible, isn't it?
It is.
Don't fancy Kuhnemann's chances of bowling accurate spin today. You might have to fire it in rather than float it up.
Gorvin, and again, something has caught the eye of Robson. So after reaching the stumps, he's got to go all the way back.
And the large tarpaulin that forms the sight screen at this near end is billowing around a little bit. I mean, it's tacked down as firmly as it can be.
In he comes again then. Gorvin, 58 for no wicket. And just fielded at a backward point. No run. With the players then, Nick, who aren't involved in the T20, how do they, manage their season from now on in? How do they keep motivated?
It's a bit of a break until the next round of championship games, but there are 2 games after the first block of T20.
Gorvin. Just beats fielder up to mid-on, and that'll go for another boundary.
Robson really is tucking in, isn't he? At the moment, in terms of that schedule, we do have county championship matches 22nd of June, so you're only talking just over 3 weeks of the first T20 block. There are then 2 county championship matches. I assume that most clubs will have second 11 fixtures, friendlies if not competitive wins.
Robson now on 39, Middlesex 62 without loss. Gorvin, straight to ball. No run. Out to mid-on.
Yeah, looking at the schedule, I mean the second 11 will be playing quite a few T20 games, while the first 11 are, so it'll basically keep players in that sort of mode while in case they're needed for injuries or form reasons.
Gorvin, and that races away once again, this time through deep mid-on for another boundary.
Initial shouts of catch it, but I don't think Robson was in much danger there.
String down the leg side again, wasn't it, that ball?
It was, but he didn't play it entirely under control, I didn't think. It was aerial, but managed to bisect the fielders. But 2 more boundaries off this Gorvin over as well. His figures are suffering as well as those of James Harris, and Glamorgan hopes of an early finish are disappearing over the horizon very quickly indeed.
Final ball of the over. Oof, on the up, but that's going through deep extra cover, and just stopped on the boundary ropes. And they'll come through for 3 runs. End of the over, 69 without loss, and Robson now races on to 46, and Middlesex trail by 159.
Well, Robson is giving it everything. The bowling figures look a bit lopsided. Van der Hoogten just conceding 13 in his 6, and the 6 from this Cathedral Road end have gone for 55 runs between Harris and Gorvin. So Ul Hassan will take over from Van der Hoogten, who's been bowled just a little bit shorter in terms of spells in the last couple of days. There may be some awareness of his heavy workload. Obviously, Kuhnemann is a decent player as a spinner, but Glamorgan probably at this moment rather have Lasitha Fernando on the field, the Sri Lankan paceman, which is not intended as any disrespect to Kuhnemann's tidy performance yesterday. But will he be able to use the wind to get a bit of drift and baffle the batters that way? We shall see, but we'll see a bit of Zain Ul Hassan, who picked up a couple of cheap wickets yesterday, 2 for 18 in 6 overs. As he has a little chat with Tim van der Hoogten, who's fielding up at mid-on. Here comes Ul Hassan then to start his first over. Bowls slashed away by Robson backward of square on the offside. Single down to Tribe at backward point in front of the grandstand. The first few rows of which are open today, but there's only literally a handful of people in the grandstand. So if you're coming down today, stick in an extra layer.
Yeah, I'm looking at a few of these supporters in shorts.
Hardy lot, or a very cold lot. 70 for naught. Holden thinks about cutting that one, and it then got a bit bouncy and big on him, so I think he just about pulled out the shot at the last minute there. Elsewhere in Division 2, run fest at Derby. Kent 235 for 3 in reply to Derbyshire's 587 for 5 declared. Ben Compton is on 127 not out. Ul Hassan bowls. Holden runs it away down towards backward point. They take the first one quickly. They think about a second, and then Kuhnemann was already on the ball, so they decided to stay where they were. 71 without loss.
I think Robson was keen on the second run. Sent back though.
Yes, he wasn't running to the danger end.
No.
So it's Holden's shout. Quite right, I think. Fielder has the ball. You don't tend to set off. Robson wristily working this one through wide, long on. Van der Hoogten has a long chase after it, and this time it will be a comfortable 3 runs. And that brings up Sam Robson's half century off just 40 deliveries. And certainly one of the quickest half centuries you'll see in the county championship for a while. And he hit 10 fours in the process. That's quite the knock.
Scored just 6 in the first innings.
Ul Hassan bowls, Holden pulls it away down towards fine leg, but we'll just get the single as Tribe is fielding on that grandstand side. 75 for naught. Of course, we are in a period of constant changes between right and left-handers. Middlesex having 5 left-handers in the top 8 of their batting. Elsewhere in Division 2, Will Hassan's on his way in again. Bowls. Robson plays this one to mid-on. For once, he can't pierce the field. At Grace Road, Lancashire
40 balls with
are
10
30 for 2 in their second innings, still a massive 221 runs behind unlikely table toppers Leicestershire. And Lancashire continue their struggles at the wrong end of the table, and certainly their members have been very vociferous online about Lancashire's decline. They're not used to it. Finally, in the second division scoreboard, Northants against Gloucestershire. Northants made 469 all out. Gloucestershire in reply are 206 for 4.
Big day in the Premier League as well today. We'll be keeping a close eye on the games this afternoon at 3 o'clock as Gorvin comes in from the Cathedral Road end and out to deep backward point for another run. 76 without loss. Yes, big games in the race to finish in the top 5 and secure Champions League football. The big game is Nottingham Forest against Chelsea. Liverpool will be officially crowned as Premier League champions. They'll face Crystal Palace, who won the FA Cup last weekend. And a change of fielding positions.
Yeah, there's looks like a slip. No, it's Cook getting the helmet to stand up to the wicket, to the bowling of Gorvin and possibly Ul Hassan as well, to restrict the batter's foot movement. Down to 2 slips as well, having started with 3 for the first 40 or 50 minutes play. So down to 2 slips, keeper standing up. Well, that'll make much difference to Robson, I'm not sure, because he's had a few deliveries to tuck into.
The way he's been playing this morning as Gorvin comes in past the umpire. Thick outside edge, and that evades fielder at Gully, and another boundary to his collection this morning.
Well, it'll be interesting to hear afterwards whether this is deliberate Middlesex tactics to go out and reduce the deficit and knock it off as soon as possible. But it doesn't smack of predetermined tactics. They've just had rather too many loose deliveries served up from the Glamorgan attack this morning, and Robson in particular has taken advantage in fine style.
Yeah, they've just grown in confidence, haven't they, as Gorvin looking for Glamorgan's first wicket. It won't come like that, because that's going to race away for another boundary past the deep backward point. And just a look on the Glamorgan players at the moment. What on earth can we do to stop this onslaught that's coming from the Middlesex openers?
Not bowl short and wide, I suspect. That was one that any batter of any standard would fancy their chances against.
2 consecutive 4s then. 84 without loss. Robson 58 off 43 balls. Gorvin right hand. And once again, that's looks like it's going to go for a 3rd consecutive boundary, which it has, past the deep cover point. 88 without loss.
Well, there's some T20 style bowling figures on the card, I'm afraid, for James Harris and Andrew Gorvin. Gorvin's conceded 33 runs in 2.4 overs. He'd usually expect to have bowled about at least 12 before he gets to that sort of total conceded.
Gorvin then, who's gone for 3 consecutive boundaries, and this time Robson just leaves the ball outside the off stump, collected by Cook.
little bit of sunshine and blue sky around to improve Middlesex's mood even further at 88 for naught, as if they needed any extra reason to be cheerful.
No, they'll be delighted with the opening hours play here at Sophia Gardens. Better ball from Gorvin, who just throws the ball to mid-on, and end of the over, 88 without loss. They trail by 140.
Yeah, that's already come down hugely this morning,
Hasn't
hasn't it? And Middlesex supporters, viewers, listeners will be really enjoying this unlikely run feast.
There's a change of bowling of the river end coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Matthew Kuhneman.
So Kuhneman's going to bowl from the River Taff end. I suspect that that means that Ul Hassan will switch ends after just one over. But Sam North East having to do some unexpected juggling, and we'll see what Matt Kuhneman can bring to the party today. First innings contribution was 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. As respectable as you would expect from a spinner, as in a largely seam bowling dominated game. His victim was Laius Deploy, who was well caught by Tom Bevan at cover, as Deploy tried to hit him back over the top, skying it instead. And Middlesex at least have something different to think about now, as Kuhneman won't be bowling quite yet because Holden isn't ready. Maybe just a little bit of chatter going on or movement in the field, and Holden saying, hang on. Kuhneman just places his backward point a bit finer as he bowls, driven through the offside, and that'll be runs up towards wide long on. Tim van der Hoogten is in a slightly laboured pursuit, and that's 4 off Kuhneman's first ball as well. So the run feast continues here at Sophia Gardens. Middlesex a 92 without loss, and all the stats that we'd been, Andrew Hignell, had been looking up in terms of Glamorgan's successive victories and early victories seem to be disappearing over the horizon. Kuhneman bowls, that's squeezed off an inside edge by Holden down towards Gorvin at short fine leg. There's no run, so Holden moved on to 29 with that boundary. First ball of Kuhneman in the second innings. There's a short leg and a slip as forward comes Holden to defend out on the offside. Northeast picks it up. No run. Glamorgan need a complete reset, really. As Middlesex have fought back hard. Holden blocks that one to Northeast again. So Kuhneman will be looking to introduce a bit of a control as he'll switch from round to over the wicket. But Middlesex, after that start, can afford to block out a few maidens if they need to. Kuhneman in bowls. Holden will take a quick cheeky single up to mid-on. Rotate the strike. Morgan ran well in this match as well. Always a very useful addition to the scoring rate if you've got two batters who are positive between the wickets. Holden and Robson come down for a little mid-wicket chat. Robson will be on strike for the first time to the left-arm spinner Matt Kuhneman. There will be a short leg and a slip still, as there was for the left-hander. Cover is very tight, mid-wicket is tight as well in semi-catching positions, and it is mid-wicket Northeast who's called into action as Robson defends the last ball of the over. It's probably about time for me to disappear. Middlesex 93 for naught. The deficit is 135, and Kevin Hand will come in alongside Dylan Griffiths.
Yeah, don't go too far, Nick, as you did yesterday. Just made it back in time.
Daniel Hassan.
As he wandered off to Pontcanna to watch more cricket. But it's been Middlesex's morning without any shadow of a doubt. 93 without loss. Deficit is now down to 135. It was 228, I think, wasn't it, at the start of play this morning.
But what everybody wants to know is, where did you wander to yesterday?
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Rothesay's in. This is clipped to mid-wicket by Holden, and there's no run. 93 for 4. Holden is Middlesex's best player of spin, so or at least one of their better players of spin. It was something that was noted in the T20 when he was sent from opening very successfully as he did to the middle order, because they wanted him to face the spinners. So Kuhneman will be a good test for him on end, especially before the blast coming around again. So Hassan is past the umpire. He bowls just full of length, forward defence from Holden, pushing back. But this is some start, isn't it? I mean,
Yep.
Even in the wildest dreams, I'm sure, of Middlesex, 93 without loss after 15.2 overs. And they've got the deficit down to 135. Really have asked for anything better than this. Here's Hassan past the umpire. He bowls, and this ball's driven away by Holden watchfully, though, and it's fielded in the covers, no run. I mean, still a long, long way to go. Again, you just put one wicket on the board now. First is put two on the board, and where are they? You know, in a position like this, when you're following on, that one wicket just sends a judder again. You know, can that batter coming in at 3 get things settled and get a partnership going once more? But this is what they desperately craved and didn't have in the first innings, was a partnership. As Hassan in the sun bowls full straight, a little edgy from Holden. He didn't push too hard at it, though. He waited on the ball, played it below the nose, and it squirts off the thick outside part of the bat to deep point for another single. So the partnership's 94, and isn't it a funny old game, because all of a sudden right Middlesex have started here trailing by just 134. Now just 134, there's a lot to do, but all of a sudden, if it was a glorious day tomorrow, we'd be saying, well, hold on a minute, this could be game on in every aspect here. But of course Glamorgan's still the far closer side to any potential victory in this game, and the side that hold the upper hand as 2 slips and a gully go down. Here's Hassan, right arm over to Robson, working off the hips only as far as mid-wicket. It wasn't straight enough for him to really go after his favoured clip off the hips through square of the wicket. Just guided to that mid-wicket fielder. 94 without loss, and 1 to come with the 16th over of the innings.
It has been a combination of poor bowling, but excellent batting so far from Holden and Robson.
Yeah, it's been a strange passage. Hassan is in, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump by Robson, and that is the end of the over. 16 done in the innings. So an hour and 6 minutes gone of the third day, which the weather might consign to be the last day, and of course Glamorgan might consign it to be the last day if they're starting to get things going. Just in a shot of the Middlesex balcony, all looking a little bit more relaxed and jovial up there at the moment.
You were asking Kevin, where did I go last night? I had to go to the local supermarket, because when I checked my bag after coming down on Friday night, no socks, no underpants.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so that's where I was about 7:30 last night.
Oh dear.
Yes.
I have to admit, I have done that before. I've somehow managed to I think it was more t-shirts I forgot to pack.
Kuhneman then, from the rear end to Holden.
I think I can even remember the game. It was Trent Bridge, and I remember having to tell Kevin Howes about it the next morning. Couldn't believe it. Got back to the hotel first night of the game, and you'd settled in or maybe it was the night before, but
Kuhneman swept away, and towards that deep cover boundary, and another 4 runs, and they're closing and getting closer to the 198 without loss.
Well, this is really interesting now. If Holden decides he wants to have a go at Kuhneman and does keep this scoreboard ticking at the rate it's going, if he knocks the spinner out of the attack, it's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I had 4 t-shirts hung up for the 4 days of the game. So set off, drove their suitcase, and then got up that first morning. Where are the suitcase? Look in the suitcase. Where's the t-shirts?
Kuhneman. Oh, has he been caught? Yes, he has. Glamorgan, well, they're appealing.
Just pad.
Pad, was it?
Yeah, loops up off the pads, a short leg. We'll see on the replay now, but...
Was it more in hope, that appeal?
Holden didn't look too perturbed, did he?
Tribe caught it.
There's a front on. This is the one now. Yeah, I think it's just hit up above the knee roll there and gone up. I mean, it certainly hit the pad. It was just whether there was an inside edge involved.
Well, another appeal, and this time it has been given. So Glamorgan do get the breakthrough they desperately needed. Quick hands, good hands from a Tribe, and valiant batting performance so far, but he's gone, and smiles from the Glamorgan end.
Yeah, that'll disappoint him there, Holden, having had the ball before, result in the big appeal to then get the thick inside edge, which races into the hands of the short leg there.
Did well because it was a low one as well, wasn't
he stayed down. He stayed down. That's the crucial thing, isn't it? If you get up at all, you're not getting back down. But Tribe stayed down, and well done him. And Holden has to hang his head and walk off. He was disappointed there, and 35 from 51. He'll be disappointed that he's fallen to the spinner. You know, that would have been a good challenge, a good test. Australia Test squad player in for the World Test Championship may well be playing at Lords. Holden would have relished that opportunity, and unfortunately it's not going to be for him as he has to make his way off. But there's the breakthrough, there's the wicket they would have wanted, just to open a door, just to put some nerves back into the Middlesex side after a prolific start at 98 for 1.
And it comes after you were saying, Kev, he was just starting to open up and relishing the challenge with Kuhneman.
Yeah, and fair play to Kuhneman. He's got him out properly there, proper piece of bowling. It wasn't Holman slog sweeping out to deep mid wicket or taking him on in that sense. So tinged with a little bit of regret there. Holden, he's had a couple of decent scores in the match but didn't manage to make 50. So Luke Holman comes out at 3. Middlesex is rapidly elevated number 3. He's been pushed up the order. That century against Kent, maiden first class century for him in at 4 for the injured deploy back in at 4, so Holman goes up to 3. And now he's got a job to do here, but he's got a real a fine day to bat. He's had a lovely foundation. Again, he couldn't really have asked. We said Middlesex couldn't have dreamt of a better start. 98 without loss, or what was it, 94 without loss at the end of the 16th over following on, taking an almighty chunk out of it, which does make a sizable difference. There's still a long way to go, but there is a chance here now for Holman to get his head down and go for another big score, a second big score of his first class career.
Yeah, and you would expect the Holman will continue, and the way that Robson and Holden started Middlesex's second innings, but Kuhneman buoyed by that wicket, 1 wicket in his first innings yesterday. So 98 for 1, 2 balls of this over remaining, and Middlesex trail by 130 runs, and causing a few question marks as Kuhneman, not sure if he's getting that much turn, but
well, he's a tall bowler, isn't he, so he gets a bit of bounce. That'll be very interesting here.
Final ball of the over, and edged, and it should get 2 runs as Labuschagne sprints, and 2 runs, end of the over, and Middlesex reached the 100 for 1, and the deficit is now 128, but Glamorgan with the first wicket of this session's play.
Yeah, and a big one. Holman, he's been Middlesex's form batter this year. A couple of centuries, he should have had 3. He threw it away himself at Derby, going for the big shot to bring up the century on 94. But he's had some really good innings, and 2 good innings here. He was the only batter to get in that first innings. Disappointing one for Middlesex, 155 all out. Now in the second innings, He's slightly played second fiddle to Sam Robson, 62 from 49. But he was setting himself up nicely, it appeared, so he'll be really disappointed just to get out at that point and to the spinner as well. But 100 for 1 it is, and here's Ul Hassan from the Cathedral Road end at Cardiff. He's right arm over the wicket, a medium length run up, he's in, bowls, and Robson works off his hip down to fine leg, a single. Give Holman the strike for the first time against the right arm seamer. 101 for 1.
Just over an hour until the lunch break, so from a Glamorgan's perspective, they'll be hoping just to get another few wickets, something to play for, something to aim for in the afternoon session. As we mentioned more than once, the forecast for tomorrow isn't the best.
Holman got 33 and 42 against Leicestershire, so a couple of starts. Here's Ul Hassan in, bowls to him, forward defence. So his elevation, his debut this season was at number 4 in that Lord's match against Kent, and he got 42 in the first innings and 103 in the second, his maiden first-class century, setting up Middlesex for that victory. It's a brilliant innings by Holman, a calm, cool customer, dominant figure at the crease. They need a dominant display from him here as Ul Hassan is in, bowls full, straight, and a wafty cover drive at that, and then he points, Babe Ruth style, in reverse afterwards, after the event. He points at where he wanted it to go.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? You see, rugby players and football players, when they slip, you always look down at the turf, don't they, or their studs, and never their fault.
Yeah, Holman. He got that 33 and 42, so he's got a start in all 4 of his innings so far this season. Prior to this game, as forward goes Holman, pushing back into the onside, no run. The first innings performance here for the Middlesex number 3 was 11 from 17 deliveries, 30 minutes, and he was bowled by Harris. So his first failure as such of his 5 innings this season. Ul Hassan bowls, good length delivery, which Holman's halfway forward, so you can see he wants to get forward, he wants to play on the front foot, doesn't he, Holman? And just jabs that back defensively.
And Middlesex will want to continue with the run rates, was it over 5 and over. Don't want to get bogged down. Robson playing so well on 63. Just want to keep this scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've got, it's a ridiculous run rate at the moment, isn't it, for a first-class game? But you're right. They will not want to get bogged down here. Middlesex, after the start they've had, Ul Hassan is in, bowls, and this is eased backward a point. Quick single taken, 102 for 1. With Robson at the other end, unlikely they will. 63 from 50. Ridiculous figures at the moment. Anybody tunes in and say, what's happened for the first 16, 17 overs? A little bit of loose bowling, some very fine shots to put that bowling away. Nothing. You wouldn't have sat here and gone, wow, what's going on, other than they've just put away a few too many loose balls. Sunday morning headline captured on the screen there. Don't know what publication it is, but don't know what headline it was either.
Something about teachers.
Oh.
Been offered a pay rise, I think, haven't they?
Oh. Still time. We could change career. Get a proper day's pay.
Oof, proper day's work.
Well, exactly, yeah. Exactly. We'd have to do a proper day's work first, wouldn't we? 102 for 1. But yeah, how long have we got till lunch now? 40 minutes. That'll be on the mind as well. Middlesex at this point will be thinking, all right, with the start that they've had, try to be 1 down at lunch. It would be a brilliant achievement if they did.
Kuhneman over a wicket in his last over. And he's bowling to Holman, who's on 3.
But that's the fine balance. They won't want to go into their shell and get bogged down, as you said. But equally, they haven't been reckless to this point, and this start has been very unusual. So to maintain it, they'll just want to find a happy balance.
Kuhneman from the river end. Good length again. Just defended on the back foot by Holman.
But it is extraordinary that start that they've had has all of a sudden just changed slightly. Middlesex will sit a little easier in the dressing room. We're resting on our laurels at the moment, but...
Third ball of the over. Same spot.
You all of a sudden, as a neutral, as a spectator on the side, you start looking for tomorrow's weather forecast. Say, go on, get this half a day tomorrow, because this could be a belter.
Sun is out once again and pitched it up once again at Cunnaman.
The forecast I've got tomorrow, in the hours of play, it never gets above a 50% chance of rain. However, it never drops below a 20% chance of rain. So 24% between 10 and 11, 38% between 11 and 12.
Another dot ball, no runs off the over so far. Final ball of the over to come from Cunnaman, who's found his line and length after being dispatched for a 4 off his first delivery.
Yeah, he's plunging forward here, isn't he, Holman, at the moment? Holden, if anything, was just a little tentative on the one that dismissed him.
Oof, that was close again and just zipped through from Cunnaman, tried to cut it. And the over, no runs off the over, 102 for 1.
Yeah, he just detected a little bit of whip there, didn't he, Holman? Rocks back early and went for the cut, and therein lies the game at the moment. We talked about the balance between Middlesex have had a positive start and have been on the front foot in this innings, but the match situation, they're a long way behind, aren't they? So it's finding that balance of keeping on top in this particular passage, but not doing it recklessly, and therefore allowing that wickets column to rattle along at any quick rate after such a fine start. So, and
confidence as well, Kev, might be, if they lose another few wickets.
Yeah, it rattles, yeah. It'd only take one more now before lunch, and especially if it was Robson. It changes the face of things very quickly as Hassan's in and Robson on the back foot works into the onside. There's no run. But yeah, that forecast for tomorrow, what did we get up to? It was 38% chance. I mean, this will all change again by the morning, won't it? But 38% between 11 and 12, 46% chance of rain between 12 and 1, between 1 and 2, 48% chance, and then it slips away again thereafter. So it's around about lunchtime that it will be at its heaviest, which isn't quite 50-50 at this stage. As here's Hassan bowls outside the off stump, through it goes, 102 for 1. Angus Fraser did pose a good question to me, so which I've never actually found out the answer to it. He said, does that mean, if it says 58% between 1 and 2, is it going to rain for 58% of that hour, or does that mean there's a 58% chance that at some point in that hour it may rain? So yeah, I mean, to be honest, looking at that forecast now, that's not as bad as I had feared it was going to be. So you never know, we might get a good game of this yet. Hassan in, bowls to Robson, dies outside the off stump. That's one of the big dangers. Now, we haven't seen much of that so far this morning, but we did see a couple of deliveries yesterday, and I would go as far as to say they were virtually grubbers, but they were outside the off stump, so it didn't impact the batter at that point, other than to say uh-oh. And there were a couple that got big. Now, they weren't leaping, but there were a couple that got big, and when all of a sudden you got a couple getting big and a couple nearly grubbing, then
I suppose that uncertainty,
well, it does Hassan's in, bowls, and this is whipped away by Robson off the back foot, wide of mid-on. That's a nice looking shot by Robson, who's played with some authority today, great deal of determination. And I think you saw that from the off from Holman as well, that I reckon that opening pair, and it was long penciled that they would be Middlesex's long-term opening pair, but Holman lost a bit of form in the Championship and then was dropped down the order and back up to 3 and now back up to opener with a shift around in this lineup. But knowing both Robson and Holden as I do, both of them overnight everything would have been focused on this first hour this morning. As Hassan's in, bowls, Robson works into the onside and there's no run. They'd have had an absolute steely determination and focus overnight on making sure they did everything right and that their preparation, their focus was there for the first hour this morning. And I thought that was, yeah, all right, there was some bad bowling, there was. Jimmy Harris in particular was offline, wasn't he? But they clearly had got themselves into a very good mental space to take on this challenge.
He went for 35 in his opening at 4 overs.
Yeah, it was tough. Yeah, it was tough. Didn't quite have it right. Hassan's in, bowls, and forward goes Robson, pushing away into the offside. And there's no run. 104 for 1. 20 overs bowled, and just a couple off that. Robson working away into the onside, but there's definitely a determination about Robson. It's on his. I know it will be on his mind that he will not have much cricket again now for some time, and when he does, it will be fleeting. The first-class cricket that he'll see between now and September, which is a great disappointment for us all, but in particular to a player who'd be dearly loving to stake a claim still. He said he will never, as long as he plays, he will never give up trying to get back in that England side. 104 for 1.
Yeah, it's quietened down, hasn't it, after that wicket? No real surprise, and that's what Glamorgan needed, because they were shipping runs, but Cunnaman with that wicket, and he'll continue from the river end.
Well, it has been a seamer's surface all the way through. It's been all about the seam bowlers this match so far. But after the start Middlesex have had this morning, all of a sudden you've got the medium pacer and the he's a little bit more than a medium pacer, isn't he, Hassan? But you've got that kind of skiddier all-rounder. And the spin bowler operating in a pairing to try and slow things down. Now the wicket always slows things down, doesn't it? 35 minutes to lunch though. Middlesex, they'd give anything to get in 110 for 1 at lunch now. They wouldn't worry too much about the runs. But equally, that balance, the word balance we talk about, you can't go into your shell and just let the bowlers bowl at you.
There's a silly point on a short leg in now for first ball of Cunnaman's over, and pushing forward. Back to Cunnaman. 104 for 1. Right, sunshine once again. Holman 3, not out. Cunnaman full of a length once again, just to caught the outside edge, no run. Harris, the fielder. Cunnaman past the umpire. And dispatched, but no run. Caught it well, timed it. But fielded at mid-off. Still trailing by 124 runs. Cunnaman. And encouraged there with some lift from that ball.
That's what he talks about, a little bit of bounce that's in this surface as well. We've seen the one or two that have kept low, but we have seen some good bounce.
He comes in again, left arm. It's just great just listening to the players behind the stumps and how close that was as we see the replay once again.
Yeah, it's turned from a long way outside the off stump. He was never getting involved in it, Holman, leaving alone, but the oohs and the ahs suggesting it turned back far more than it did.
Well left. That is fielded by Harris, maiden over, 104 for 1. Holman stays on 3, Robson 65, not out, and Glamorgan's lead is 124.
Yeah, he's looking to give himself room again there for the cut, wasn't he, Holman? So he's got that positivity in mind, a little step back and the cut to backward point, as you say, straight to the fielder and comfortably fielded in the end, but it's hard to see Holman going into his shell. He will err on the side of positivity, but all of that obviously is in the context of the match situation. One of the things that was said of him, listening to his coach Richard Johnson talk about him recently, is that he plays the game in front of him very well, and the prospect here is basically Middlesex have to battle all day and see where they are and see where the weather is on the final day. Hassan has 2 slips in place, shortish mid-wicket as well as he's in. Bowls onto the hip of Robson, who turns it to square leg for a single. He caught it nicely, Robson, off the middle of the bat, so square leg just getting a hand to it, wasn't able to stop it fully, so they scamper through for the single. But where your strength is sometimes your weakness, they've reinforced that onside for Robson looking to clip anything leg side. We saw him get away a lovely clip off Harris, didn't we, for 4, got away a couple of on drives as well, and he will force off the back foot as he was just doing there. It's that short mid wicket, but then also you've got the square leg, who's first of all run saving, but if Robson does slightly, you could just clip it straight to mid wicket, to square leg. Field switching for the left-handed Holman. 3 slips go down behind him, and Hassan so slightly leaning forward as he gets into his sprint in, bowls, and left alone outside the off stump by Holman. Lifts the bat high in the air. 105 for 1. 22nd over in the morning, so yes, half an hour to go. We'll get 30 overs in, so 15 an hour. There's been a fair topic of conversation, hasn't it, the over rates. And if teams want to cut their workload, we'll get the overs in, get 16 in an hour and head off the field at 6 o'clock in the evening. And see it goes. Hassani's past the umpire, bowls just full of a length, and that is slammed on the drive through the covers by Holman, over-pitched by Hassan and punished by the left-hander, who drives crisply and powerfully in front of cover. Mid-off is never going to get around anywhere near that.
It was a poor ball, wasn't it? He knew it straight away.
Yeah, over-pitched, but that's what the 3 slips are for, so if you're going to go slightly wrong in your length, one way or the other, slightly fuller rather than slightly shorter at the moment would be the order of the day. But it does mean that you can get driven like that, as in he comes, pulls the length back on that one, and Holman sits in behind it on the back foot to defend into the offside. 109 for 1. But yeah, he's got cover in there as protection, hasn't he? Because that'll be the game to Holman now, just to offer it up there to him outside that off stump, but don't give him the juicy half volley that he just did. But that's the balance. He won't want to. He'll be happier getting driven like that than he will hooked or pulled or cut. There's Hassan in the game, bowls, and there you go. That's just that lovely length, brings him forward onto the front foot defending. And that there is the game. Can he leave that ball there? And if he's just got a little tempter outside the off stump, does Holman look to drive at it?
He's looked solid so far, has Holman. Just allowing Robson to play his shots.
Oh, who's buzzing? One of us is buzzing.
Horrible noise in that ear, isn't it?
Yes, apologies. It may well have been mine. Mine was a little closer to the kit, as this ball's full outside of the off stump, left alone by Holman through to the keeper. I'll be honest, I haven't heard that sound in years. I thought for some reason phones had changed and they don't do it to kits anymore. We used to have to keep our phones so far away from the broadcasting equipment, didn't we?
Yep, yeah, in your pocket, and even then he was thinking, is it my phone? Is it your phone?
Yeah.
But you can hear that little buzz.
Very rarely hear it anymore. So, I don't know, is it an IP kit thing now that we're onto IP kits? Do we all of a sudden hear these buzzes again? Who knows? 109 for 1, but it used to, I mean, for listeners at home, they'll have been accustomed to hearing whenever a broadcaster had just kept their phone too close to the kit, that little annoying buzzing sound, like a bee hovering around it, isn't it? But, yeah, you don't hear it as much as you used to.
There's a half hour to lunch, so Kunneman will remain. And I'll commentate on this over, and Nick will take you through to lunch. And another appeal for cut leg before given. Robson goes for 66. Kunneman strikes again for Glamorgan, and the momentum has swung back in Glamorgan's favour. Foolish delivery on the back foot, caught, and he departs under 109 for 2.
Kunneman has both of them. Just watching it now. Did he get trapped on the back foot there, Robson? He did. He didn't really get forward to it. That ball darts back in, left arm around to the right hander, inside edge beaten, and yeah, he was in no man's land there, really, Robson, as he was struck on the pad. Hadn't got far enough forward. Quicker ball, perhaps, from the big, tall left arm spinner. So Robson has to go 109 for 2. He's gone for 66 from 58, and they've got the 2 openers, which is huge, absolutely huge. Now, that incredible start that they gave them in the first 16 overs, 94 runs with it, 16 overs, well, 8.1 since then. They've lost 2 wickets for 15 runs, and now it's the 3 and the 4 for Middlesex. It's the big name, Lewis Deploy, in this Middlesex batting lineup. All right, Robson's played Test cricket. Holden is the star of the season so far, but Deploy is the number 4. He's the pivotal position in any batting lineup. The number 4, the one who's expected to do some of the great things after the top order, or the top three in particular, do the really hard, nuggety graft. 109 for 2. Plenty to do still here. Middlesex trailing by 119.
Well, that's the wicket that Glamorgan desperately wanted. Robson. So they've got to start another partnership now with Deploy coming in, left-handed batsman.
Aussie taken out by an Aussie. Sam Robson, England player, but very much when you speak to him, there's no doubt where his country of birth was.
Deploy just limbering up. A few last-minute stretches and jumps as Cunningham comes in, left hand, and try to sweep it. And that's an ambitious first shot, isn't it?
Well, it's not so much he's got the freedom to, but Leas Deploy is Leas Deploy, and this is what he does. He's very much that kind of Kevin Peterson ilk player. He will go out there and he'll get on the front foot from ball one. And the ball wide outside off stump, he decided this is going. Tempter given up, floated up outside the off stump.
Let's see what comes next. Just pushed away into the covers. It's a good over from Cunningham. Possibly brought into the attack sooner than he was expecting because of Harris going for a lot of runs and Van der Hugten not quite getting what they were hoping for, and beats the bat again.
Yeah, he was well beaten by that, slamming the bat down on the off stump. Deploy with the ball going through, or as you say, we've had one test wonders, we could have a one glammy wonder here, but this is his moment, this is his day, isn't it? 2 for 11.
He's creating an impression. It's a fuller ball.
Wide outside off stump, that sweep. Yelping, aren't they? But he's getting a long way across outside the off stump, which can bring problems in itself, but what it does is take LBW out of the equation.
Final ball of the over. 109 for 2. Good length defended. End of the over. There's a wicket maiden. And a round of applause for the Australian Cunningham. 2 wickets so far for him. Middlesex remain on 109 for 2. They trail by 119. So Nick will come to the commentary position now and take you through to lunch with Kevin.
It was a good length, that one, because fuller, straighter, he's almost saying to Deploy, well, go on then, get wide outside the off stump to this one. He could play, it could go all around you. But, not getting as far across at the front foot as he dug that one out. 109 for 2. As we welcome back Nick Webb to take us through to, of course, a delayed lunch today.
A delayed lunch,
got 35
yes.
minutes to go.
1:10 luncheon today. Haven't had many of these this season, but just a reminder that if you do have the extra 8 overs added, then you add 10 minutes to the first couple of sessions, which should mean, I think that if I remember correctly, that he's fixed at 3:50 as well, or is it 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock.
Yes.
So the restart would be at what, 1:50, and it would be
2 hours and 10 minutes. 4 o'clock tea.
Van der Hugten around the wicket, back into the attack from the Cathedral Road end, a forward defence from the left-handed Holman, and this is the opportunity now for Glamorgan to get right back on top. They are on top in terms of the match position, but in terms of the morning, they've got the 2 openers who did so much damage and took a fair old... I mean, Middlesex would have taken this if they were offered it this morning, but... What is it, 35 minutes to lunch now. This morning could go horribly wrong for them still.
Just looking at Sam Robson's remarkable stats, 66 off 58 with 13 fours.
Yeah, well, it was the full balls, wasn't it, that did it, as here's Van der Hugten bowls to Holman, and there's no... It just goes to show, if you're offline, as Glamorgan were this morning, then...
It's not very often that you see Harris conceding 8 fours in 4 overs and Gorvin 7 in 3 overs, that they're, occasionally we get one guy has an off day, but they both had a horrible hour, really, bowling from this Cathedral Road end, but the switches round have calmed things down.
It's a length ball which is pushed away into the offside and there's no run.
109 for 2. Still, despite losing those wickets, that's halfway, virtually, almost halfway to knocking off the arrears. Good afternoon, stroke good morning to David Jones, enjoying listening to Glamorgan from New York. Had to get up early though.
Around the wicket comes Van der Houten bowls, and forward goes Holman, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Sorry, go ahead.
Imagine that first hour had David choking over his cornflakes or whatever his breakfast of choice is, muffins, bagels, whatever in New York.
I he'd be thinking go back to bed. I've had a message saying, did you say yesterday that the pitch was similar to that for the abandoned match at Jamaica, the West Indies-England Test match? No, what I said was it's nothing like the pitch for that. It's funny what people hear, isn't it?
You said the Severn Bridge was closed. That's the one we used to get.
Oh dear. Van der Houten's around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Holman, dab it into the onside, and there's no run.
If it had been, so this is not the case today, all right? I'm not referring to today, just for all avoidance of doubt. If someone said, there's a lane on the Severn Bridge is closed, you said the Severn Bridge is closed. No, we didn't. 109 for 2.
Yes.
The joys of listening.
No, there were a couple of balls yesterday evening, weren't there, that just shot along, and a couple that got big. And as I said, we're not talking anything about, not anything like the pitch for that. Here's Van der Houten bowls, and forward goes Holman, pushing into the offside. But what it does do when a ball keeps low like that is puts a little bit of doubt into a batter's mind. And when you are trying to save a game, as Middlesex are, having doubt in your mind is not an ideal situation when you're as far behind as Middlesex are. Only one this morning. It was all Hassan outside the off stump to Robson, which didn't really get up at all, and was nearly what you could describe as a grubber. 109 for 2, and anything that has kept low so far in this game has been off the stumps, hasn't it, really? I think it might have been one LBW. I think it kept a fraction low, but that's normal. But there are 3 that spring to mind that just misbehaved, shall we say.
Well, you want a wicket that is going to give some assistance to bowlers now and again, because we have had quite a few occasions of the pitch flattening out here, as Kuhnemann sees Duploy turning this one to mid-wicket and there's no run. We've had quite a few where it's wobbled around a lot on the first 2 days and then has gone flat as a pancake for days 3 and 4, and we've had some less than fascinating cricket. Kuhnemann bowls down the pitch, comes Duploy and drives to mid-on. Well, this was his downfall in the first innings, as he tried to stick Kuhnemann into the river and hit it up in the outer cover. Kuhnemann, left arm over, bowls. Duploy stretching forward. Ball trickles down to Harris in the gully, and there's no run. And this will hopefully make sure that there is no doubt over Glamorgan's over rate over the game, which, I say, is already +3 at the start of play today. An hour of spin bowling will help. That's a drag down from Kuhnemann, and that's dispatched by Duploy to get off the mark. It was the only real fault of Kuhnemann's bowling yesterday that he dropped, I think it was 3 short, and he was hit away for boundaries each time. But mostly economical, as he is this morning. 2:15 now for the Aussie spinner, who has been the man who made the difference. Kuhnemann in, bowls, turned on the leg side by Duploy. So Carlson scampering round from mid-wicket. So encouragingly, there is both a short leg and a backward short leg stroke leg slip, as well as a conventional slip, as that one has got through and Duploy has gone. That one crept through his defences somehow, and Kuhnemann strikes again. What a morning for the spinner. 113 for 3.
All worth every penny right now, isn't he, Kuhnemann? 3 for 15 in his 6th over, and he's completely changed the complexion of this morning's session. And he's got the big one, Lias Duploy, who drags himself off. It was a Well, whether he's got an inside edge on it, 'cause that's come back an awful long way from outside the off stump. You look at where the front pad is together with the bat.
Well, there shouldn't be that gap, really.
Well, that's why I wonder, was it
Inside edge onto off stump.
Yeah, he'd got a fair way across there, hadn't he? But as you say, that bat almost came down, and it was closing a gap a little late, wasn't it? And that's where
there was a gap there. The ball off the inside edge. If you get bat and pad together. Not that I know how to play test spinners, but it's any level of the game, really. Bat and pad together, you don't get bowled through the gate.
Yeah, it just looks like it came down a little late there, the bat. And Deploy has to depart. 30 years of age now, Lias Deploy, and a really big name and a big expectation for the South African-born batter, who averages an astonishing, well, it slipped down a little bit this season, but 46.7 is his average now. Player of the year for the last couple of years. He's had a slow start by his standards with the bat, as he would put it. I wouldn't, I thought, look, you've got enough runs that you don't worry about missing out on a couple here or there. But Ryan Higgins,
bat check, whoop whoop.
Oh, did he get away with it?
Yeah, he's good to go.
He got a double ton in that game where Middlesex scored their highest first-class score against Glamorgan against anybody after Glamorgan hits.
They should have declared earlier.
Yeah, North East hit 300.
Yeah, 620 for 3, plays 655 or thereabout.
Yeah,
off the top of my head.
Yep. It's quite the game, wasn't it? Kookaburra around at Lord's.
With lunch, I think I might have to eat a bit of humble pie as well.
Oh no! What have you said? What have you done?
Well, I've been banging on about, unfortunate that Glamorgan haven't played the overseas seamer in this game.
Oh, I see.
Koeneman, great player, but not likely to make, etc.
Van der Gutten's in, bowls to Holman pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Did you say it on the air?
Well, I said that in the conditions that we had yesterday, when obviously the seamers were doing all the damage, Koeneman chipped in with the 1 wicket. But Glamorgan would have been better off with the overseas seamer, Fernando. But there we are. Koeneman, the spinner, is the man who has made the difference on day 3, and early on day 3 at that.
Well, it was a crucial time, really, wasn't it? 'Cause Middlesex who had just been starting to have a little bit of hope of turning this day around fully. As forward goes Holman, pushing into the offside. They can still do so, of course. They've taken an almighty chunk out of this. If they can get through to close tonight, which is a long way away, and that's got to be their target, is get to close tonight, then they'll have a lead on the board.
And do the rain dance in the morning?
Well, perhaps, but I mean, as a cricket watcher, I'd love to see a full day's play tomorrow. I really would, and if Middlesex can get to stumps tonight, then they will be best part of 115 ahead, which is what they trail by at the moment, 115 runs. Van der Gutten's in, bowls, and inside tickle from Holman down to long leg across the front of the pad, and an R from behind the stumps, but trapping the bat down on that one. Left-hander, 114 for 3, so they trail by 114.
It's raining in Dublin.
How do you know?
It's because it says Ireland v West Indies, rain. West Indies 131
That'll
for
be it.
2 in the 28th over. Has it won all the ODI series there?
Oh,
I
not sure.
think it is.
Not sure.
I think this is the decider.
Oh, go on, don't spoil it, rain. Have they got a rain day on a bank holiday? Is it a bank holiday in Ireland tomorrow? Van der Gutten is past the umpire. He bowls to Higgins, who has a little shuffle outside the off stump, then lifts the bat high up in the air, leaving well alone.
I'll ask the man with the Irish passport. Is it a bank holiday in Ireland tomorrow? Kevin O'Hand?
I'll ask somebody who knows. Funnily enough, the surname Hand did come from an O origin. It was Olam Hain, and that's where the hand came from when it was changed from Gaelic to English.
Okay.
So the hand was the Hain in Olam Hain, which was the original Gaelic name. There you go. What was the original Welsh name for Webb? Is Van der Gutten past the umpire, he bowls, and forward goes Higgins, pushing just fine of cover. And there is new run, 114 for 3.
What a turnaround, messages Steve West on X, from despair to delight, from the Welsh point of view. Nick Webb 2017 on X, on Blue Sky, and on gmail.com if you want to email me.
Van der Houten. Not the longest to run up for a bowler of his height and pace. He's in now. Bowls, and Higgins is drawn into a naughty drive outside the off stump. We are 22 minutes away from lunch on the third day. Middlesex are still 114 behind. So again, you don't go into your shell this far out from lunch, but that was a little naughty from Higgins to be dabbling at that one.
A couple of Blue Sky posts, which is always nice to have. Chris Drew says, when does Big Col become eligible as a home player? I don't think it's for another couple of years, and it would be an absolute delight if he were still playing at that point for Colin Ingram. This is.
How old is he now?
He's already
53.
39, 40.
Yeah, well, yeah, there you go. Clock's ticking. Clock's ticking.
Yes, when he last played for Glamorgan, he was 39 a couple of weeks ago. So turns 40 this summer, I believe. Kuhneman from the River Taff end, and down the pitch comes Holman, but defends when he gets there.
Nick, it's me. All you had to say was late 30s. That would have done for me. He's late 30s, not early 30s. That pretty much answers it. If he's a couple of years out from qualification.
As down the pitch comes Holman again, and defends when he gets there again.
Oh, a chap on his bike in a light blue top. He's just stopped. So that little gap we've been talking about in this match from the footpath outside the ground at the river end.
He fancies a cheeky free bit of cricket.
Aye.
Kuhneman bowls. Oh, that's kept horribly low and dug out and pushed down to slip, and Holman's done well there. As Kuhneman got turn out of the rough.
I mean, he's done incredibly well to lay bat on that, Holman, hasn't he? And that's what we're talking about.
That is a fantastic defensive shot.
Yeah, you see a ball keeping low like that, and it's a long way to bat to stumps today, isn't it? That's, for me, fourth one of the match that you'd at least fourth one of the match now that you sit up and say, oh, dearie me.
And that's a left armour bowling to a left-hander, so he's hitting the rough outside the off stump engendered by the right arm pace bowlers.
Yeah, and out of the rough, a ball can spit, or it can keep low, can't it? I mean, more often not spits, doesn't it, out of the rough, but prods away at that surface now, Holman.
That turned and was dug out about shin high by Holman. Well played, sir. 114 for 3. Kuhneman bowls, and Holman comes down the pitch. No wonder he's trying to press forward. It's not at the moment with the idea of hitting over the top, but just to negate Kuhneman finding that rough. Maybe he needs a silly point, just in case it bobbles that way off the baton pad. It's got a short leg and a backward short leg. As Kuhneman bowls, and that spat a little bit, and Holman has again defended it really well down to Labuschagne at slip. And this is a testing over from Matt Kuhneman. Boy, how quickly can this game change. Middlesex sailing along, completely dominating the first hour. All of a sudden, 3 down, and forward comes Holman again. A maiden over, but well played to Luke Holman. 114 for 3. Exactly half the deficit cleared off this morning. 114 runs behind. RM Black on Blue Sky says this could at least be a power management decision. He was, I think, alongside me, critical of the move to not play the Sri Lankan seamer. Still crossing the fingers for it to be a diabolical, evil, genius master stroke of cricket management. Ha ha. Come into my study, Mr. Bond.
And Mason Crane, he's injured at the moment, isn't he?
He was injured.
Or is he back?
He is back fit and has had a couple of second 11 T20 outings.
Here's Van der Houten. 3 slips go down as he's in, bowls, and Higgins forward. Bit of bounce onto the inside edge of the bat there, and they scamper a single. And that, we saw one in the last over get pretty big on Higgins, so that one there just high up the inside edge of the bat, which is fine. But when you've occasionally got a couple keeping low as well, that's where you've got to get in and get a partnership going, as Glamorgan did in the first innings. You know, the pair of them, look at them, they're gardening away now, aren't they? Prodding here, there and everywhere. They mustn't let it get into their mind. To be clear, we are not talking about Sir Minor Park, Jamaica. There's an edge, and does it carry? It does. Gone at second slip. Holman halfway forward in defence, trying to play it late, trying to play soft hands, but a thick edge flies to second, and Middlesex have lost their top 4. 115 for 4 as Holman departs for 8. And this morning session that started so well for the visitors and offered a glimmer of hope is now shuddering to a stuttering stall just before lunch on this third day.
Carlson unusually the catcher at second slip. It's normally northeast in that, but it doesn't matter who it was. The chance was accepted. It's 115 for 4, and you don't keep Van der Houten out of the wickets column for that long. It was the tidier of the early seamers. Bowled half a dozen overs. Morgan just trimming maybe his spells in this game, given his workload, but he's come back for a second blast before lunch, and that's paid dividends. And from 98 for 0, they've now lost 4 wickets for 17, which is it's been a real roller coaster of the morning.
It's been a roller coaster of a game, hasn't it? Which at the moment is separated up by 2 points: the double century stand for the 4th wicket in Glamorgan's inning, and the virtual century stand for the opening wicket in Middlesex's follow-on. But other than that, it's been a very similar match all the way through, which is very tough for the batters. And you know, got to get in, got to get a partnership going, and hope. I mean, you know, they've done it once already this morning. They've got to try and do it again. Geddes and Higgins, the last 2 recognised batters before the keeper. At 7, Jack Davies, a couple of good all-rounders. Gohar in particular, Roland Jones, the skipper. But they are again at the point now where it's now or never, isn't it? All right, it might be Davies and Geddes, or it might be Davies and Higgins, but 4 in quick succession, as you've just pointed out, Nick. They've got to stop this very quickly now and hope that they can set about their task once more in the sun of the afternoon in Cardiff. But they've got to get to lunch first. It's still 14 minutes away.
Yes, and the bowlers on the charge after the batters were on the charge for the first hour.
Yeah, well, they've just got it right now, haven't they, Glamorgan? They didn't have it right in the first hour, to be fair. As here's Van der Houten in to bowl to Geddes. He leaves alone outside the off stump, bat in the air. Ooh-and-ah, suggesting it was close to the stumps, that one. But yeah, they just didn't get it right in the morning session this morning, did they, Glamorgan? But they're getting it right again now.
Always time for a bit of cricket trivia. Leighton McKibbin, originally from Buryport, now part of a club, Wirral Cricket Club, who were 3 all out in 2014 in the Cheshire League, chasing 106 against Haslington. We had reports, he says, as far away as New Zealand. One bat scored a single. There were 2 leg byes and lots of ducks.
In comes Van der Houten bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, and there's no run. Who was that?
That was Leighton on the Wirral. Yes, this inspired, in case you're wondering, by mention of events at North London CC yesterday, who scored over 400.
I've put feelers out on that, by the way, Webby.
And then Richmond Fourths were all out too, which I...
Well, allegedly all out too,
right.
because apparently we might be sent up... We might be wound... It might be a wind-up, this. But I've put the feelers out about it. Van der Houten's in, bowls outside the off-stump, through to the keeper. There is no run, 115 for 4, i.e. somebody's fiddled with the
play cricket system.
Yes, who could well have their access revoked if they have.
Well, I was actually sent by Dan Whiting a picture of a scorebook as well, though.
Ah, well.
A written scorebook.
Well,
rather than the computerised one.
Oh, pass it on to me if you have them, please. We'll get this corroborated. Here's Van der Houten in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, and there's no run.
Applause for Van der Houten's successful over.
A reminder that
Lunch is 10 past.
today will be taken at 10 past.
Thank you, Dr. Hignell.
And during the interval, you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch once again.
Ivan Brown emails with regard to the county schedule.
Take any food.
He suggests there could be 3 divisions of 6 teams each, which 2 promoted and relegated. That's down to 10 games per county.
So a special general meeting's been called, you say, by Glamorgan?
There is a group of supporters who are pressing for one. The club have promised consultation.
And what do you need, 100 requests for it or something, and then it's put through? So this vote is coming in relatively soon then, is it?
Yeah, the members are pressing for a formal say. Kuhneman bowls and Higgins plays defensively on the leg side, no run.
But the county vote on what's to happen next year, I didn't realise it was quite this close, so we could be down to 10 or 12 games next year.
There are discussions among chief executives, I believe, ongoing. Kuhneman bowls, Higgins stretches forward and defends back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Because you'd obviously mentioned this point in day 1 or day 2. I did hear yesterday evening in conversation that yes, it is close now, that there's a vote pending on what the structure will be. I didn't realise the vote was that close.
Kuhneman in to bowl, that's on leg stump and prodded maybe off the pad by Higgins to short leg.
Which I guess is what prompted James Harris's request for it to come down to 12 games then.
Well, it is, I think, generally a player-led push, from what I understand. Higgins defends, backs to Kuhneman, no run.
I wonder how Sam Robson feels about that right now. As, he goes off and won't be seen other than in fleeting glimpses between now and September, and what happens if those games between now and September are washed out.
As Kuhneman is into bowled, turned away on the leg side, but no run as Harris feels close to the umpire. There would be a probability then of counties, even more than at present, favouring white ball specialists when it comes to handing out professional contracts, wouldn't there? As Higgins is pressing forward to point, defending, rattled through that maiden very quickly indeed, but we play on because it's 10 past lunch. Ivan says he's a long-term Glamorgan fan and a big championship lover, going to games when he can, like day 1 here, but I feel too many cricket teams feel an inherent right to play at top level. He also suggests current points for a win, just the bonus points for a draw, so it wouldn't get any points for drawing a match in itself, and obviously nothing for losing it. So thank you for that, Ivan. 3 divisions. I don't think that any county wants to be labelled as a Division 3 side. As the feeling that I've heard in discussions.
Oh, well, then, if
it
you're
sounds too much like poof.
Well, if you're
inferior.
if you're a Division 3 side as well, you'd have to question whether those games would hold first class status.
Well, it'd be between counties who are first class at the moment, and
But
frankly,
could you put those averages?
as you say, the championship is seen as a leading red ball competition. I'm sure there are first class matches in other countries that are lesser standard.
Yeah, it's true. Very good point. Here's Van der Houten in bowls to Higgins, 4 runs.
Radio Wales update. It's been a remarkable 2 hours so far. Middlesex completely dominated the first session, following on 228 behind. They reached 98 without loss, but since then there have been 4 quick wickets, and 3 of them to the Australian left-arm spinner Matt Kuhnemann on debut. Sam Robson led the way for Middlesex, 66 off just 58 balls, but Glamorgan have turned this game around again. Middlesex 119 for 4, 109 behind. Sorry, Kev.
That's right.
On you go.
Here goes Van der Houten in bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on and no run.
So Ian Holmes asking for a reminder of the black armbands. It's the former head groundsman Len Smith who's passed away. Peter Woodward said, "This Glamorgan bowling is making a disastrous week, with my arthritic knee a whole lot better. Pleased to be of service."
There's full ball clipped just wide of mid-on. Oh, and the throw to the non-striker's end.
But
It's going to get, it's going to be overthrow. So it's hit the batter, so they're not going to take the overthrow unless it goes to the rope, which it does not. So it is just a single.
That's very sporting of them.
Yeah, it's hit Geddes. It's hit his bat, I assume. If it hits the body, then yeah. Let's have a look. Ooh, yeah, I don't know where it hit, but anyway, just the single.
Maybe the leg. Tangle of arms and legs going past the wicket. From delight to delirious, says Steve West. Nick Webb 2017 on Blue Sky or Twitter.
There goes Van der Houten in bowls, and forward goes Higgins, pushing into the offside, and there's no run.
And I must say, as I posted on X earlier, thank you very much indeed to the Glamorgan dressing room supremo Roger Skirm, who made possible the recording of the Matt Kuhnemann chat on video with a quick search for batteries when I realised mine had run out and my spares were halfway around the ground. And we had a test player waiting to speak to me.
Van der Houten in bowls, forward goes Higgins, defending into the offside, and there's no run. He was an Aussie test player though, wasn't he? They're alright.
Yes, alright. He's
They're good. The Aussies are good, aren't they?
he was Mr. Positive, yeah.
As David Townsend said to me, whenever you're interviewing an Australian player, you can ask absolutely anything. Absolutely anything. And they'll just start their answer with, "Oh, well, look, mate."
There are various tones of the "oh well, look, mate."
We're talking about Aussie cricketers here.
Yeah.
Here's Van der Houten. He's into the crease now. He bowls, and forward goes Higgins, pushing back into the onside. There's no. I don't think Andrew Postecoglou is going to be saying, "Oh well, look, mate," anytime soon. 120 for 4.
Yes, it can be said with a degree of menace, Ollie. "Oh, look, mate, I'm going to fill your head in," or whatever.
Well, look, mate, yeah, but can you say, "Ah, well, look, mate," with menace? "Ah, well, look, mate."
"Oh, well, look, mate, you're talking absolute rubbish, hand." Don't know why you do this job.
Well, accustomed as I am to hearing that phrase and sentence.
Here's Matt Kuhnemann then to bowl what's probably not the last over before lunch, because at 13:06, unless it's whacked all over the place, he tends to whip through them in a couple of minutes. Kuhnemann bowls, that's played to mid-on by Geddes, and there is no run. So prepare the lunchtime tweet or X message on the BBC Sport Wales account, or as we call it, the yellow account, on the grounds that its logo is in a yellow block, like a lot of BBC Sport ones. Forward stretches Geddes and defends. There's a lot of interesting stuff on there, and it highlights a lot of the stories we've put up online, if you care to follow that on X. Kuhnemann in, Geddes defending, back to the bowler. Now it's just the short leg and the slip to the right-hander. There's no backward short leg as there was for the lefties. Kuhlman bowls flatter, quicker, dug out by Geddes. Playing that ball to cover. Luke Holman really did well to defend Kuhlman, but then got caught at the other end. Geddes in as the breeze gets up, and Geddes plays Kuhlman to backward point. There's no run. Even Kevin joining in the oohs and the ahs of the Glamorgan fielders.
Oh, that was to do with the wind. Was that the wind that made that noise?
There was
You just said the wind got up as it made that big rumble.
Yeah. Or was it your stomach? That's forced off the back foot, but straight to cover by Geddes. So he's played out a Kuhlman maiden over in considerably less than 2 minutes, I suspect. 120 for 4, 108 in arrears, and we will comfortably get another over in before lunch.
That never stops rumbling. I've got a sound deafening band around my waist so you can't hear it. What's next? What's next? What's next?
It's another over from Tim van der Hoogten is what's next, Kevin, so get on with it.
1 minute. 1 minute until we'll be tucking into a Sunday roast. With chicken. Ooh.
No surprise there.
There'll be
it's chicken 90% of the time.
there may be a few rumbles of our snores after lunch at the back of the box as we take it in turns, having a post-Sunday lunch nap when we're off mic. Is Van der Hoogten in, starting that last over before lunch, down the leg side, so Higgins taken by... look, Ed's showing off, he's got his. Good man, Ed. Looks good. We'll all be tucking in momentarily. Happily so as well.
Oh, not the American usage of momentarily, please.
Oh no! Wait, go on, tell me, what have I done? In a moment?
Yes. Momentarily is the American usage of that word.
Which is?
Well, that's what they say for in a moment.
It's an Americanism, is it?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Here is Van der Hoogten, he's in, bowls, and forward goes. Higgins pushed into the offside, 120 for 4.
Momentarily in
English?
British English is, well, for a very short space of time, isn't it? You know, the light went on momentarily and then went off again. Momentarily, we will be eating lunch. That's the Americanism. You can inform me on whether it's an Irishism as well.
Well, I was about to suggest that quite possibly. Here's Van der Hoogten, he's in, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track and there's no run. I still say, instead of Manny and Annie, I can't get it out of my system, I'm afraid, Manny and Annie. And I used to say Film as well, but that was, well, quite frankly, beaten out of me at school. Film? What's Film? I used to say Film for many years. There's a few little ones that creep in there, right, where... so quite possibly. I mean, it's a good get a jail card, the Irish passport, isn't it? You just say, well, it's an Irishism. Someone picks you up on your grammar. Here's Van der Hoogten, he's in, bowls, and this ball's full and driven by Higgins. He hasn't gone fully through with it. We've seen some lovely strokes down the ground. In the Middlesex innings, more so. But at the moment, put the shots away, mate. As the Aussies would say.
You can hardly have had two more contrasting hours than we saw in that first session, could you?
I thought you could say you could hardly have had two more contrasting accents, or attempts at Australian accents.
Yes, my accents are rubbish, so...
So they all end up Welsh. Here's Van der Hoogten. He's in, past the umpire. Bowls, and this ball's driven to cover by Higgins. I thought he might have offered it in the air for a moment, but it was a bump ball. 120 for 4 it remains.
And Tribe at full length managed to chuck it back at the stumps as well, just in case the batter was wandering. So the Marnus approach in the field is catching on. Chuck at everything, but bowlers can't these days. There's warnings to umpires, well, from umpires right at the start of each match these days. Don't throw the ball anywhere near the batter. You'll be in trouble.
There's that rumble again. So that is the wind up on top of us, I guess, just rumbling along something. As in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls to Higgins. This is dabbed into the onside, and that is lunch. 32 overs bowled in the session, but that's because we had an extra 12 minutes to get it done. 120 for 4, as Nick Webb said. It was a tale of 2 hours. The first hour was Middlesex's, the second's very much Glamorgan's, which retains their grip on this game.
Indeed. Enjoy your lunch at home if you are eating. If you're not, hope you manage to before too long. 120 for 4. Middlesex following on their 108 in arrears, and commentary resumes at 1:52.
I've got some latest scores and a result from around the country. We'll start first of all at Biggleswade, where Wales national counties are playing Bedfordshire, the first of 2 back-to-back T20 matches. Bedfordshire made 129 for 8 in their 20-over allocation, and currently in the 12th over, Wales national counties are 71 for 5. In the Rothesay County Championship, a result already at the Utilita Bowl, where Sussex have beaten Hampshire by 9 wickets. All the other games, like here at Sapphire Gardens, are at lunch on the 3rd day. At Northampton or Gloucestershire are 265 for 6, trailing Northants by 204 runs. At Chesterley Street, Somerset, a 174 for 3, still requiring a further 91 to beat Durham. At Headingley, Nottinghamshire in their second innings, a 318 for 6. Rain has forced the players to take an early lunch there, with Notts leading by 387 runs. At New Road in Worcester, Warwickshire in their second innings are 161 for 5. They're leading Worcestershire by 207 runs. At Brace Road, Lancashire in their second innings are 74 for 3. They're still trailing Leicestershire by 177 runs. At Derby, Kent in their first innings are 282 for 5, still trailing Derbyshire by 305 runs. And at the Kia Oval, Essex in their second innings are 279 for 3, so they're leading Surrey by 217 runs. If you're looking for refreshments, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's also a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit, situated beneath the Castled Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be obtained from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. And if you're looking to refill your water bottle, there are various recharge points around the perimeter of the stadium. The Glamorgan Gun Shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until 5 o'clock this evening. It's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kits, plus a range of recently published cricket books. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're still available free of charge from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. If you haven't done so already, why not visit the Museum of Welsh Cricket, which is open today during the lunch interval as well again at tea. The museum is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, these facilities have recently had a refurbishment thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. As a result, there are many new information panels for you to read, also some new bilingual films for you to watch. And another feature in the museum is a series of archive films being shown at lunch and at tea, as well as any other intervals in play. And today, you can go down memory lane and you can go back to 1977, the Gillette Cup final when Glamorgan met Middlesex in the club's first ever cup final at Lord's. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And the museum will be open until the end of the tea interval. I just went through the scores from around the country. You may be interested to know that tomorrow, starting at 11 o'clock, the Glamorgan second 11 are playing Nepal in a 50-over contest at Spitty Park in Newport. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together, we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in the strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Yeah, well, no, they're on about the way back. No, well, yeah, but you know, we're building a new stand on the top. So there's only 3 sides to the ground next year. So what to do it is, the side, you give the away back 12 up. You know, about putting down 8 to 6 months. You won't get much closer to the station. But close to the station.
Can you take this one and sit up there? Now I'm right behind the bunkers on. I'm going to make a feel for all the double. I'll see my foot. Tell me when you're moving.
sell on the batsman, didn't it? The next ball, he just lost the plot altogether. So this, I've seen this kid have gone before. I think he's a fast bowler. He's not swept though. He goes to Manchester. No, the ground, it's terrible. You can't get behind the wicket for a start. And all that, you're not loaded when you get there, you'll never hear anything like it. It's the next match, isn't it? If we've won this game, I'm here on the... Why? Oh yeah, well Salford Keys is all the museums down there. That's nowhere near Salford. Salford Keys is different. There's worse areas than Salford in Manchester. Yeah. That's a bit like Tiger Bay, regeneration. You know, in the 60s, that was what's there. We're all in the groups and everything. City used to play, right? And they used to have a lot of drugs down there with the immigrants. You know. But now, it's a bit like Rothesay, it's a bit like Tiger Bay. It's had a lot of regeneration and they sort of kicked over played it. Yeah. But if you go the other side, when you go to knock it in, and they don't use those on the ground. Don't tell on the ground. Use it on so if you want to go after the night, you'll have to get the traffic to the centre. The station's here. Yeah, all the stuff. Or you can buy those songs. You've got no one.
second innings after lunch, Ben Geddes and Ryan Higgins. And to resume the bowling at the River End for Glamorgan, Matthew Coolman.
So here we go for the second session on the third day of Glamorgan against Middlesex. And if you are just joining us, it was a dramatic first session with Middlesex dominating the first hour, rattling up 98 before the opening partnership of Holden and Robson was broken. But then 3 wickets from Matt Kuhneman and 1 from Tim van der Hoogten have changed the whole picture. Here's Kuhneman resuming after lunch and bowling to Ben Geddes, who plays that one out on the off side, and there is no run. Kuhneman making what is likely to be a one-off appearance for Glamorgan at the moment, but certainly enjoying it.
Although at the rate he's going.
Bowls now, and forward comes Geddes. It was an inquiry I had from, I think it was Chris Drew on Blue Sky, saying, what's Kuhneman doing later in the summer? Well, he's playing for Australia next month, or in the Australian squad anyway, for the South Africa game at Lords, as that's driven by Geddes to cover, and there's no run. After that, they've got a West Indies tour, and I said, might you be available for any more? And he said, well, Australia have probably got a couple of tours yet to be announced. Kuhneman is in to bowl. Geddes using his feet to come down the pitch, driving to mid-on, and there's no run. So it doesn't sound as though there's any window for Glamorgan to re-sign him later in the season. 120 for 4. Kuhneman in to Geddes, and that's turned away through the, I was going to say through the leg side, but it's been well stopped by the skipper, Sam Northeast, at mid-wicket, and there is no run. As forward comes Geddes again and defends. Rapid cricket. Kuhneman through a maiden over in double quick time. 120 for 4 it remains. As
Resume the bowling after lunch at the
resume we'll have Van der Hoogten.
James Harris.
Oh no, it's back to James Harris, who had a horrible first spell really. He's all over the park. Several half volleys in the first couple of overs as Robson laid into him, and we'll see if the afternoon brings him any better fortune, Kevin Hand.
Yes, I mean, Middlesex desperately need a first hour like they had this morning. I mean, this morning's first hour was ridiculous, wasn't it?
Yeah.
94 off 16 overs, unheard of stuff really. But it wasn't, it wasn't Bazball. They were just putting away 4 balls, and Harris, unfortunately, was guilty of serving up too many. Here he comes to begin from the Cathedral Road end after lunch, and Higgins bumps the ball back to him. There's one man that will not have given up the ghost here, and that's Ryan Higgins. He'll be looking at that trail by 108 and thinking, come on, we'll knock off 108, and then if the weather allows for a session and a half tomorrow, then let's at least try and get 150 in front, and just have something to bowl at least in the final innings of this match. As has been pointed out, it's turning at the moment for Kuhneman, and Middlesex do have Safa Gohar as this ball's full and driven back to Harris, and there's no run. So it is quite a pivotal session, because even if Middlesex had 120, 130 to bowl at, which is another 230 runs from here. So basically, one batter hits a century from here, and they've got something to bowl at then. Even if they had that, we could just have a nice little finish bubble up. We'll see, but this could all happen in a flash in the next hour, though. If Harris and co get it right. None for 35 into his 5th over. He's past the umpire now. Harris bowls, and Higgins looks to cut. Through it goes. I'm not quite sure that it was wide enough for the cut. We'll see a replay in a moment. He was cutting down late on that ball. It'll be positive. 1 from 22 for Higgins. And it hasn't been for the want of trying, has it? Been a few shots.
Well, he's been mainly blocking Kuhneman. There haven't been many shots available against the spinner so far.
Here is Harris, who's in, bowls, and onto the hip of Higgins. It's turned through square leg for a couple. They'll think about two, but long leg comes around. Just a single it is.
Yeah, Kuhneman's shades slightly more justified today than they were yesterday. As the hand has been removed, and I'm not talking about Kevin. The giant hand from the Glamorgan car park stroke front of the other side of the pavilion. It's gone. It was originally put up for the 2019 World Cup. I quite liked it. I thought they could have repainted it to remove the date.
In comes Harris, bowls, and standing up tall, get his drives to mid-off. There's no run, tumbling stop.
But there is now a dragon bearing a cricket ball in one of its paws, or whatever dragons have. Do they have paws?
Yeah, I think so.
It's
claw, maybe.
Claws,
Claw.
yes. It's bearing a white ball. It is, of course, a bright red dragon.
You a Tolkien fan? Thinking of Smorg. Top is clawing at all his gold. Here's Harris in, bowls, and this ball's got a thick edge along the floor to cover, and there's no run. I take it by your silence, that's a no. You couldn't even bring yourself to raise.
Explain that one to me.
You couldn't even bring yourself to raise an eyebrow there, Nick. 1-2-1 for 4.
107 in arrears. I know nothing of the world of which you speak.
Tolkien. I have to admit, I remember friends studying at school, and I thought, that sounds a bit nerdy, that. But then the films came out, and actually did I read the books first before the films eventually when they came out? But anyway, I remember thinking, hold on a minute, my mate's got to study this at school. I was studying Shakespeare, and they were studying Lord of the Rings. What would I have given to have been taught Tolkien?
Glamorgan's over 8 is +4. Apologies if I seem obsessed with these things, because I am. Here's Kuhneman in to bowl, and over the top goes Higgins. No more of this defending. He's been hit for 4 over mid-on. Opening his shoulders there, Ryan Higgins. Not a lot of foot movement. It was stand and deliver. Belted back over where it came from. A rare boundary from the left arm spinner, and it's find the ball time for Tim van der Hoogten. None of his mates has gone to join him. It's the professional equivalent of looking in the hedges among the stinging nettles for club cricketers. Rummaging around under the hover cover.
I have to admit, those are the days I don't miss. When I think, oh, come on. Soon enough, barely run in and do it now, but soon enough you won't be able to run in and do it at all. Go and play a game.
Yes.
But yeah, the travails of the club cricketer. Don't miss them.
As Kuhneman is in and bowls, and Higgins is forward defending. Yes, got a query as to what's happened to the hand. Well, unfortunately,
I'm here.
Kuhneman is in to bowl to Higgins, who's on the defensive, playing to point, and there's no run. Laurie Cook asked, any idea what's happened to it? I don't think there were any plans for it, to be honest. It would look great in a back garden. Ooh, you probably need planning permission for a back garden, unless you've got a country estate. But, yeah, I think it was due to be broken up. As Higgins going for the drive and got a teeny little bottom edge, and the ball actually spun behind him and ended up virtually on the crease as he was looking to drive straight. Mid-on and mid-off have pushed back, so there are singles there. Just tempting the drive, but Higgins is forward defensively. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. As in comes the next delivery. Higgins squirts it away out on the offside. No run. 4 off the over. 125 for Middlesex, trailing by 103. We may well have a Radio Wales update fairly soon, so you'll forgive me if I have to cut across you, Kevin.
No, I won't.
All right. Don't then.
Depends what you get delivered to for tea today, Webby? Whether you get those lovely fresh cakes of day one or we get the UPF stuff of day two.
So that's what you had in your sunscreen. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow. Glamorgan pressing for victory with Middlesex on 125 for 4. We've just resumed after lunch. 3 wickets from Matt Kuhneman, the Australian spinner, turned this game round after Middlesex started with a stand of 98. Sam Robson hitting 66. But that spell from Kuhneman and one from van der Hoogten put Glamorgan very much on the front foot. Middlesex following on 125 for 4, 103 behind.
Is Harris. Sun on his back, shadow stretching in front of him. He runs in, bowls, and forward goes Geddes up tall. He drives this up to mid-off. There's no run. Oh, it's a belter of a Sunday afternoon here, isn't it? We haven't even mentioned our Sunday roast yet, Nick.
We haven't.
I'm still awake from it at the moment, but I'm fearful. I am fearful. I went easy on the spuds.
Did you?
I did.
I had 4.
Oh yeah, I had 5. That's going easy by my standards. But chicken's not as heavy as a roast beef on a
have to hope
Sunday
there's no
afternoon.
weight limit on the 7 crossing if you're going home tonight.
I tell you, yeah, this is one of the worst grounds for putting on a few pounds. Here's Harris bowls, and that's clipped just wide of mid-on. Good tumbling stop in there by van der Hoogten. He got a right fingertip to it, which probably would have stung, and he saved a couple though. Get his moves to 7.
Don't want Tim van der Hoogten damaging that right arm. Might have damaged his shirt, I think, in the process.
It's all right, he's got 3 months off now, hasn't he? Oh, is he in the T20 side?
Probably. It's funny because there was a spell where he had trouble with T20, but he's actually improved his game considerably in that.
Geddes settles down over his bat as Harris passes the umpire, bowls a bumper. Geddes ducks down below and through it goes to the keeper. 1-2-7 for 4.
Last season he played in 11 out of the 13 matches and took 16 wickets. He put in a couple of very mean spells.
That wasn't remotely in any way a comment on van der Hoogten. It was just a jibe about not much first class cricket for the next 3 months.
2 for 8 against Gloucester in a 4-over spell.
Harris. Wind's settled down somewhat, just bustling slightly his shirt. He runs in, bowls, and Geddes steers a single through mid-wicket. Deep square runs up. Down comes van der Hoogten from mid-on.
Exciting game that was against the Gloucesters. Glamorgan nearly managed to defend 140, but they should have done really, but dropped a couple of chances. And Josh Shaw hit the last ball of the match for 6.
Is that the one that's on the front cover? Is that at the bottom?
No, I was talking about the T20 game.
Sorry.
The one that's on the front cover of the yearbook is the Cheltenham tie.
Here's a length ball outside of the off stump, through to the keeper it goes, and there's no run. I'm more of an Italian man when I'm in Cheltenham, to be honest.
So, very good. Yes, that the dramatic championship game where Glamorgan fell 1 run short of the world record run chase in a first class match. All out for 592 off the very last ball available on the final day of the match, which is the sort of championship finish that you will probably only experience once in a lifetime. The game is decided off the last ball of the 4th day is rare enough, but to end in a tie is incredible. As that's played away firmly off the back foot by Geddes. That's a nice shot to ease the tension. Kuhneman maybe dropping a little bit short and punched away towards the grandstand for 4 runs. Turning into quite a pleasant afternoon. Edward Bevan has wandered off to take the sunshine somewhere.
Can you see him?
I can't.
Are we on Ed watch? Bevan watch?
We'll need the camera operator's assistance for that.
He won't. He'll have the legs out and the top off, won't he?
I doubt the latter, to be honest. But there, don't see anyone with tops off at the moment. Kuhnemann bowls down the wicket. Comes Geddes, drives to mid-on. There's no run. Just a couple of shots in the last couple of overs that maybe suggest that Middlesex have decided it is time to be a bit more proactive against Kuhnemann. But pushing forward on that occasion was Geddes, playing it to point. No run, silly point that is.
Top of that yearbook is the One Day Cup victory. There's rumour it's heading back to Lords, the final. Have you heard? No.
Down the wicket and over or not over. Is it over? No, it's brilliantly taken by a backpedaling Zain ul Hassan at deep mid-off, and Geddes' adventure has not paid off as he tried to hit Kuhnemann over the top. Didn't quite get enough of it, and it was a really well-judged catch by Zain ul Hassan. It is 132 for 5.
Yeah, trying to be positive, trying to take the game to Glamorgan, and there's also the thought that you can't let a team bowl at you. You can't just let a spinner bowl at you. You've got to try and knock him off his length a little bit, and that's what Geddes was trying to do, but not able to. And the 5th wicket falls, and again after that prolific start that Middlesex had to this follow-on, they have since crumbled somewhat, and still 96 behind, 5 wickets standing. On a sunny Sunday afternoon in Cardiff, they've got their work cut out, as the wicket-keeper will now join the tenacious number 5, Ryan Higgins, who is Middlesex's main hope now.
There's a bit of grief being thrown around on social media by Middlesex supporters as to no, not about your commentary, Ken. As to Middlesex's batting capabilities. I mean, you do tend to get quite a lot of short-sighted stuff on social media, but
on the SMs,
I don't know
the socials.
On the how justified do you think it is with the way things are going at the moment?
I mean, on paper, the problem for Middlesex, I'd suggest, is on paper they've got as good a side as they've had in many a year now. Robson, Holden, Holman, Deploy, Higgins, Geddes, Davies. Yeah, it's a pretty decent top 7. Bowling wise, Roland Jones, Patterson, Higgins, Sharma for this game, and then you've got Helm, Brooks, Cullen sat on the sidelines. Well, and in the batting ranks as well, you've got a couple of players pushing. Josh De Carey's be keen to get back in. Nathan Fernandez obviously has lost his place, and Stephen Eskenazi has had a reasonable time of it, but it's a long way to the next first-class game now, so team selection, it's not even really worth thinking about at this stage. It's so long to the next one because it's all eyes on the blast from here. So no, I think Middlesex are going to be disappointed if this is another defeat. They've got a better batting lineup than perhaps the runs are producing at the moment.
Yes, there's the Have Your Say section at the bottom of the County Cricket Reports, which are
is that what you're reading?
Superbly written.
Who does that then, Nick?
Me.
I mean, again, the biggest difference in this match, there's 2 partnerships. The first opening stand for this follow-on, and the 200 stand for the 4th wicket for Glamorgan. Other than that, this match has followed a very familiar and similar path.
So spinner now taking a hand. Matt Kuhnemann has picked up 4 wickets and no shot offered by Davis to his first ball. He's got to be careful there because the ball is doing a bit from outside the left-hander's off stump.
Yeah, let's have a look and see just how close that was. They got very excited to see it from behind here. No, it wasn't that close at all. It's just excitable.
Turned a reasonable amount as Davies does play that one and plays it through point to get off the mark. Harris is off in pursuit, and they're able to stroll through for a couple of runs as Harris disturbs the pigeons.
Yeah, it did. There's the marks left from the right arm seamers that Kuhnemann's bowling into to the left-hander, and as you said, there was the Holman one that kept low that he did incredibly well to get bat on. Been one or two, we got a little bit of bounce out of them, but he's turning it into that off stump from wide outside off, but I think that one had started wide enough that the amount of turn that there was, and there was considerably, as you say, it was more a little bit of kidology by those around the stumps to Davies saying, oh, you've left one that was mightily close there, Jack. I don't think it was as close as they were suggesting. See it from front on again maybe in a minute, but...
Neil Geo on Twitter, what a season starting to flourish. Let's win it today.
Harris to Higgins, who gets in behind this one and pushes 2 points, and there's no run. Higgins will be desperate for some first-class runs as well. He's a proud cricketer, and he'll be a big part of the blast side for Middlesex in the coming months, but it is in the first-class game that most cricketers still really set their own levels. You know, where are they? How are they performing? Who are they performing against? Well, here's Harris to Higgins, bowls, and Higgins drives. As far as mid-on, there's no run, a very full delivery.
Yes, in terms of the Middlesex squad for T20, how different is that going to be from the squad for Red Ball?
Well, Eskenazi comes straight back in as skipper. Cullen, Brooks, Noah Cornwell, who I didn't mention in the lists of seamers who love to be in this side right now. Zafar Gohar will be the frontline spinner with Luke Holman as Harris is in. Bowls short, pulled hard by Higgins and pulled for 4 through square leg. Got hold of that one, didn't he? There's a mid-wicket in place, so Higgins just needed to be wary of him. Of course, Davies was caught by that stunner on the pull, wasn't he, in the first innings at mid-wicket. But Higgins got hold of that one. It's dropping a little short. James Harris, or what have you spotted?
Well, I'm just a bit surprised that Harris has switched to bowling that shorter stuff without having his square leg back, and just as I mention it, he does put his square leg back. Andy Gorvin disappears back to the ropes, and man comes out of the gully area to go at short mid-wicket. Tom Bevan sprinting out there, but I thought that Harris, if he's going to switch to the shorter pitch stuff, would have had that extra man out on the ropes already.
Here he goes, 2 slips crouching down. Harris, he bowls, and Higgins goes after him again, and he bisects the 2. There you go. Long leg, deep square, perfectly between them from Higgins, and 4 more. Higgins moves to 14. Middlesex are 142 for 5. They trail by 86. I mean, they still need 220 more runs from here probably to have anything to bowl at, really. It's a long way. As I say, this follow-on is all about, can somebody get a century, and then that just gives them something to bowl at. As Harris is in, bowls, and Higgins works away through square leg, a single. He's on to 15.
Harris was leaking runs in his first spell through over-pitching,
yeah,
and the batter's driving. I think he'll be less worried there about being hit for 4 through square leg, because he is actually bowling for the possibility of a catch in the deep there, with at least one of those deliveries anyway.
Yeah. Higgins this season, he's awaiting his first ton-up of the season. I'll take you through those in a moment. Harris is ready to go against Davies, who's not ready to go because Glamorgan are still adjusting the field. They've got a leg gully in place, and as a result, long legs just come around a little bit finer. 3 slips go down. Harris comes in, and Davies is forward, wrapped on the pads, but high up towards the hip guard. It was a half-hearted appeal. 1-4-3 for 5. Leg side as well.
Pitch outside leg, probably.
Other than that.
Apart from that, great appeal.
Yeah. So this season, 13 and 43 against Lancashire for Higgins, 14 and 15 against Kent down at Canterbury, 1 against Glamorgan, he wasn't required to bat in the second innings, 26 and then 56 in the second innings at Derbyshire, helping to save the game at Derby. 54 and 11 against Kent, and then 44 and none against Leicestershire. So a couple of 50s in there for him, and a couple of 40s, but Higgins will be desperate to add to his century tally, and of course in this match he does have his first 5-wicket haul for Middlesex, so well, if he were to get his first century of the season in this game as well, it would be quite the return, wouldn't it? 143 for 5.
He's got something positive to take back from Cardiff, but can he manage something with the bat as well as the ball? Dot ball as Higgins pushes that one away on the leg side. North East Fields no run. So what about 4 changes maybe from the Championship side?
Yeah, and of course Kane Williamson comes.
When's he arrive?
This week.
As forward comes Higgins and defends.
He might be here already, tuned in at home. Afternoon, Kane. He might just had his Sunday roast as well.
Middlesex opening their campaign on Thursday. Glamorgan on Sunday against Middlesex. Kuhneman in, bowls. Higgins drives to mid-off and will take this single. Easy one with Al-Hassan set back for the catch. 144 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan will obviously have 2 different overseas players for a start, with Ingram and the Sydney Sixers all-rounder Hayden Kerr coming into the side. They'll also have Dan Douthwaite almost certainly occupying a place in the middle order. Ben Kellaway, I hope he'll be back after his exams, so there's 4 changes for a start before you get to the likes of Mason Crane or Jamie McIlroy. Crane, the leg spinner, usually plays in T20. McIlroy, left arm seamer. Looked in good nick for the 2s when I saw him on Thursday. Into the offside, drives the left-handed Davies. Is he going to pick up 4? No.
Oh.
Harris has gone down eventually and saved a run with that stop just inside the ropes in front of the pavilion. And yes, it was a game chase from James Harris. Probably not one that he enjoyed much. Higgins on strike, pushing forwards to Kuhneman, and there's no run. It just started to lift the siege of Kuhneman at the moment, the Middlesex batters.
The siege of Kuhneman, that sounds Tolkien-esque. You're a Tolkien fan, really.
Kuhneman bowls. Higgins forces off the back foot into the offside. There is a sweeper out, lurking in front of the grandstand. And another single is taken, so 5 off the over. Kuhneman has 4 for 30 off 13. He has been the main man of the day for Glamorgan. Robson, the main man of the day, but not for long enough for Middlesex, hitting 66 of 58 balls, including 13 boundaries. So maybe he does want to be playing in T20 after all. James Harris to continue from the Cathedral Road end as Dylan Griffiths drops in alongside me in the BBC Sport commentary box.
Good afternoon, Nick.
Hello,
As Harris comes in to Higgins. Good length again from Harris, defended. No run. I was asking you, Nick, why do you sign a player for 1 game? Well, I think that's been quite evident from Glamorgan's point of view, with the figures so far from Kuhneman.
Yeah, from Sri Lanka earlier in the year with Australia to Cardiff in May.
148 for 5. Harris into Higgins once again, and through to Davies as he tried to go for the pull shot.
Yes, James Harris obviously reckoning that Glamorgan have enough runs in hand. All right, the deficit is now down to 80, but still the possibility of buying a wicket deep on the leg side there, with the square leg posted a long way back. Fine leg on the ropes as well.
Beautiful sunshine. Harris towards that off stump, and just padded away to cover. No runs so far off this over.
Jack Davies is obviously feeling the heat. He's just taken his sweater off and handed it to the umpire, who's now rather encumbered with the batter's sweater as well as a bowler's sweater, and he'll have to keep those tucked in, otherwise he'll be proving a roundabout for Harris.
At least he's balanced. Harris, and he comes from Cathedral End to mid-off. No runs again. So Harris, who has been expensive in his 7 overs so far.
Yeah, I mean, with this possibility of bad weather tomorrow, it shouldn't be entirely out of the question for Middlesex. It's not unachievable to bat out the day.
Harris, right arm, and that is pulled. Just get one run as he goes to towards the boundary and deep forward square.
Higgins moves on to 18 not out. He's obviously keen to take on the battle against Harris.
149 for 5. Left-hander Davies then. Pull over off. Final ball of the over. Harris. And they'll go for a quick single to point. End of the over, and Middlesex reach 150 for 5, and they trail Glamorgan by 78 runs.
So if you are just joining us, it was a really interesting first session in that Middlesex went after some rather poor Glamorgan bowling for the first hour and racked up 98 for the first wicket before Kuhnman made the breakthrough. The Australian spinner probably brought on sooner than planned because a couple of seamers were leaking badly, but then Kuhnman picking up both openers, including Sam Robson, for 66. Holden 35 since claimed the wickets have deployed for 4. Geddes for 12. Van der Hoogten chipping in by having Luke Holman caught at slip. So still just the slip and the short leg for catching fielders. Labuschagne suggesting that something on the offside, but Kuhnman seems happy enough. The cloud scuds overhead, the ground now back into sunlight, and forward pressing is Davies out on the offside.
Do you think we'll see Labuschagne at all with the ball?
I was a bit surprised that he hasn't talked himself on yet at all for Glamorgan. He is a useful option, either as seam or spin. Kuhnman bowls and Davies defends, but Glamorgan would be happy to see him on the back foot because that is potentially problematic with the rough outside the left-hander's off stump from the right arm seam bowlers at this end. Kuhnman bowls, forward props Davies, defends to northeast at cover, no run. Kuhnman in just about 6 or 8 steps, swept away by Davies, and that one's stopped in the end by Gorvin at backward square leg. They've gone through for a single. Did that
strike
come off Tribe on the way through?
I think it took something off it, didn't it?
Yes, it certainly wasn't going very hard by the time it reached Gorvin. Now Tribe is removed from short leg and is off to third slip. Forward pushes the right-hander Higgins. So now he's off again. He's in his third different position in as many balls ace to Tribe. Now he's gone to silly point for the right-hander. And Higgins drives up to mid-off, calls for the quick single, shy at the wickets from Ul Hassan, and misses. I think the batter was just about all right. field set back for the attempt to hit Kuhneman over the top, so there is a quick single there available. It's 152 for 5 Middlesex. The deficit is now 76. Davies has 7, Higgins has 19, and as Kevin has been saying throughout, one big partnership at least needed to get Middlesex out of trouble and seriously in with a chance of salvaging a draw from this game.
Well, it looked that was a possibility with a 98 run opening partnership, but then 4 wickets in the space of an hour before lunch has swung things in Glamorgan's favour. As the umpires just
have we got another ball?
Just
Query?
Yeah,
looks like it. Yeah, this is Blackwell and Treadwell. Sounds like a fictitious
or a firm of solicitors.
Yeah, a firm of solicitors or a health company of some sort, with well in both the names. Live well and eat well. They're rummaging.
Well, I've done that over the last few days. Yeah.
They're rummaging in the box of balls, and for those of you that don't know, they usually have 6 at least, or 8 balls maybe, all marked with various stages of wear and tear. Now this is a middle-aged ball that they're looking for. 41 overs out of the 80 that bowled with a ball. So 41 overs, ball change, 152 for 5. Let's see if that makes any difference. Kevin was concerned about Middlesex changing the ball because they'd been doing quite well with the one they had on the Glamorgan first innings, and then the partnership between Carlson and North East developed, but the word was that the ball really was far too out of shape to be used. Another ball is chucked to North East. Chucks it to Van der Hocht and has a look at it. Yeah, that's the ball. It's the right colour. Let's carry on sending it down.
Yeah, that partnership of 2 was a 228 between North East and Carlson on the opening day. Some feats when you look at the partnerships that have gone on since then.
Yeah, that 98 was spectacular this morning for Middlesex, but not quite substantial enough, it seems, to change the game.
Quick fire 98 as Harris comes in, jogs in, but Higgins wasn't happy, so just steps away from the crease and the wicket. Now he goes back, and Harris goes back to his mark. First ball then of the over. James Harris to Higgins, right arm. Bit of a bouncer, no problem at all for Higgins, who just ducked, trying to tempt him. Desperately trying to get this 6th Middlesex wicket. More work on the ball. Good shine on it from Van der Hochten. Harris from the cathedral end, past the umpire, and another.
Oh dear.
Oof, bounces over the Higgins, bounces over Cook, the wicket-keeper, and that'll go through over the boundary, 4 byes.
Yeah, plus the wide signal as well, so there'll be 5 in the wides column, and quite rightly not debited to Cook, the keeper. So yeah, that becomes wides, and we've seen that happen once or twice, but Harris just overdoing the bending the back and banging it in too short. But that was remarkable bounce.
Really did bang it in short as Harris comes in again to Higgins, fuller delivery. Now to point, no run.
71 the deficit. Middlesex will have decent hopes of getting into the lead. Any sort of partnership in this lower order, and then it's a big psychological moment that when you know that anything you score will correspondingly have to be knocked off by the opposition in the fourth innings.
Yeah, just building blocks, aren't they? Trying to get that deficit down as quickly as they possibly can, as Harris comes in again to mid-on, no run.
Glamorgan saw a similar situation last week when Northants were 239 behind on first innings here, and then managed to get into the lead 304, but Glamorgan left just 66 to win and achieved it late on the third day, so they took the fourth day out of the equation.
Harris into Higgins once again to mid-off.
No, last week getting the game done on day 3 was a luxury. This week getting the game done on day 3 is possibly a necessity, given the horrible bank holiday weather that may ensue.
Good point. And I'm sure someone knows when was the last time Glamorgan won 3 consecutive championship games within the space of 3 days. Please get in touch if you can, as Harris into Higgins, and big appeal, and he's given. Caught leg before. Higgins departs for 19, and that is the 6th wicket. And big problems now for Middlesex, who are 157 for 6, and they still trail by 71 runs.
Ryan Higgins didn't look too happy with that decision. It looked pretty adjacent, to be honest, on looking at the first replay. Whether Higgins thought it was drifting possibly down leg side, didn't look any issue on height. And no batter likes to be given out LBW, obviously, but Higgins looked very suspicious at that one, and I'm not sure if he had entire justification, because it was a decent shout from Harris. 157 for 6 still, 71 runs ahead, and Middlesex are running out now of batters who can play a match-altering situation, with Gohar coming in next, and then Roland, Jones, Sharma and Patterson. We know that Roland Jones can strike the ball hard, but not necessarily one you'd be looking for a big long innings.
Still shaking his head, Higgins, as he makes his way back up the steps.
Look in the scorebook, sunshine. Gohar on his way in. Came into the match averaging 27.8. He was actually second top scorer in the first innings with 25, so his average will remain around 27 at the moment. Respectable for a player in that position. But then Roland Jones, decent lower order batter. Sharma in only his second match, and Patterson isn't the worst number 11, but he is seen as a number 11, I think.
Yeah, he was the only one really, wasn't he, yesterday, Goa, to contribute anything on the tail end. 25, caught by Labuschagne off the bowling of Gorvin. Then Roland Jones was out for 1, Sharma for 12. Crumbled towards the end, and that's been the story of Middlesex this afternoon as well, after that excellent start. 98 for the opening partnership, but now 157 for 6, and Glamorgan closing in on another county championship victory. First wicket of the second innings to James Harris, who comes in to the new batsman Zafar, turns it away on the offside for 2 runs. He's off the mark, and Middlesex get to 159 for 6. End of the over.
In Division 1 of the County Championship, Sussex have beaten Hampshire by 9 wickets at Southampton. Hampshire all out in their second innings for 165. Poor match with the bat from them. Sussex 23 for 1. And Somerset are closing in on victory after making the long trip up to Chester-le-Street. They were actually 105 behind on first innings, but dismissed Durham for just 159 in their second dig yesterday, and Somerset going well in the second innings. 233 for 3. Tom Labenby is leading the way on 98 not out. So a second result in the first division looks to be in view, as Matt Kuhneman will continue this lengthy spell, and why wouldn't you, from the River Taff end. And Davies is forward, just nudging down towards third man, no run. Kent 314 for 8 in reply to Derbyshire's 587 for 5. Ben Compton 156 not out. That's wide from Kuhneman, and given wide actually.
Didn't look that wide, did it? It was wide, but
it was flirting with the white line. Certainly not tempting Davies, who probably could have done without facing the extra delivery. Kuhneman bowls, Davies stretching forward, defending, no run. At Leicester, Lancashire 122 for 3 in their second innings, still 129 behind the Foxes. Keaton Jennings holding it together, 62 not out. As Davies is forward, defending Kuhneman once again. But certainly that would be a result to savour for the Foxes. For some years, something of the whipping boys of the second division. Lancashire expecting to go straight back up, but they don't look like it at the moment. Kuhneman sees Davies play the next one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. As Kuhneman bowls, and he's beaten Davies. Outside off stump, not much foot movement again, and prodding rather vaguely at that one was Jack Davies.
and this little shrug of the shoulders as well.
Maybe kept a bit low out of that rough, which Kuhneman is bowling into for the left-handed bat. What's that one? Oh, it's almost played on. The ball has trickled back. It's gone past the stumps, not far away from them, and Matt Kuhneman almost getting a 5 for their on Glamorgan debut. That one has, I think, hit him on the bat, on the pad, and it's run back past the leg stump. But Jack Davies survives. Davies has 7. Gohar has 2. Although he's up on the board as Zafar prefers Gohar in terms of the shirt. 160 for 6. 68 runs behind. Other game that I've given you, Northants against Gloucestershire in Division 2. Northants 469, Gloucestershire 304 for 7. So if they avoid the follow-on, that one will be heading for a draw, you suspect, if the weather forecast is as bad across England as it is across South Wales.
Harris around the wicket then to Zafar Gohar, and well, beautifully caught by the wicket keeper. Cook flashed at it, little nick, 7th wicket down, and Glamorgan are celebrating another Middlesex wicket. 160 now for 7. Harris's second wicket, and Middlesex still trail by 68 runs.
Not a great shot, but a brilliant catch by Chris Cook. The standard that we've got used to expecting from him, but that was a special even by Cook standards. And Glamorgan now eyeing up surely a 3rd victory of the season. The replay showing that Cook leaping high to take it above first slip. Tremendous athleticism from the senior Glamorgan wicketkeeper. You're asking about 3 in a row in terms of Glamorgan victories. Well, the last time that 3 were won in a row was in 2015. But if Glamorgan win this today, it'll be the first time that they've won 3 matches all with a day to spare, which is
First time ever.
First time ever, yeah.
Wow.
They've done it on a couple of occasions or several occasions
Batter for Middlesex, the
that in 3-day matches that finished in 2 in 1949 and 57. They won the last match in 97, the championship game against Somerset Taunton with a day to spare, and then the first match the following season. But if Glamorgan finish it off today, first time that they will have won 3 games early, as it were. But the last time 3 wins in a row is 2015, when it was actually 4 in a row. Went on to be 4 in a row.
10 years ago.
Yep, it's a very odd season that. It was my first season, the county championship regular. They drew the first 4, won the next 4, and then didn't win again in the last 8, which resulted in 4 draws and 4 losses. So it was a bizarrely symmetrical season.
New batsman, the captain, Toby Rowland-Jones. Just the 1 run yesterday. So James Harris, 2 wickets in his last 2 overs. So 3 slips as Toby Rowland-Jones faces his first ball from James Harris. Just leaves it go outside the off stump.
Well, Harris is bowling with a lot more control over what he's doing in this second spell, isn't he? First spell, to be honest, there's a series of half volleys that were absolutely smacked away by Sam Robson.
This must be a dream as well for a fast bowler when you've got this lead. Still, they trail by 68 runs. Middlesex, as Harris comes in to Rowland-Jones again, and struck it well, back up the bowler, no run. Little conversation between Cook and the slip cordon, possibly still discussing that excellent catch he took. Good knock with the bat as well, Cook. Important runs he made in Glamorgan's first innings. Harris to Rowland-Jones, and just turns it, and that'll go for 4 runs. Off the leg side for 4 runs. Rowland-Jones is off the mark.
Yeah, dispatched that one with a very firm bat. Harris just erring towards leg stump. Don't think that was the shorter ball, just back of a length. If he was going to bowl the shorter ball for the catch, it would have been a bit shorter than that, I think.
164 for 7. Harris into Rowland-Jones once again, and well, same shot and same result, another 4.
Well, maybe he is bowling for that catch at deep square, but the execution isn't quite right at the moment. And with wickets tumbling, I think I'll possibly ask Kevin to nip in alongside you for a quarter of an hour or so. I'll have to be back for the 3 o'clock bulletin, but Kevin Hand to I'm not trying to increase your misery, Kev, or your team's misery, but trying to juggle the commitments.
Harris thought about going for the hook again, just took his bat away at the final second. Rowland-Jones, end of the over. There was a wicket. So 168 for 7 now. Middlesex score in the second innings. They trail by 60. And Cunningham still eager for more work. Changed certainly the last half hour or so again, Kev.
Well, it has. Again, this has just been a match for me that it's been on a very similar trajectory all the way through, but for one partnership. You know, you take that 200, I mean, it's massive in the context of the match now, isn't it? That game, that partnership. 3-8-3 plays 1-5-5, following on 1-6-8 8 for 7. And a double, this is a match where, if you take the double century stand out of it, it's been a game where the bowlers are heavily on top. It's a good sport. It's a good 3-day pitch, this, isn't it? If it is to be a day of rain tomorrow, then this is the pitch you needed to win it in 3 days. Down the track comes Davies to Kuhnemann. He's clipped him away over mid-wicket for 4. And, well, it'd be interesting to see now how Roland Jones...
They might as well go for it.
Well, quite genuinely, Roland Jones, he came through the Middlesex Academy as an opening batter. Now, that's a long time ago now. Toby Roland Jones was in the Middlesex Academy. He's 37 years of age, but he's had some incredible hours with the bat. And you watch him bat, and technically he's very good. And both of these are capable of scoring centuries. Yeah. So it's how they go about it, though. As Kuhnemann's in, 4 for 37. He bowls now with a shorter ball outside off, and Davies happily tucks in behind this one on the back foot. And there's no run.
You're not going to get anywhere playing on the back foot, are you now?
Honestly, right now, it's whatever Roland Jones and Davies choose to do. As Kuhnemann bowls, and Davies sweeps him. It's a top edge, but it's going to land safe in between mid-wicket and deep backward square. 1-7-3 for 7. So they pick up a single. Davies moves to 13. The point I'm trying to make on that is whatever Davies and Roland Jones do now, if it doesn't come off, damned if you do, damned if you don't. So whether they decide to dig in now and they get bowled out, or whether they decide to go after it and they top edge that one down the back of deep backward square, it's Roland Jones and Davies' game to approach between them now. The point is they've both got batting credentials. Toby Roland Jones has had some incredible hours with the bat for Middlesex, where as a lower order batter, he has turned a game. And when he's at his best, he probably is a free-flowing, not slogger. He's a very fine batter, but a free-flowing batter who will play, on the metaphorical front foot. So let's see how they go about it. They're having a long chat now, as are Glamorgan. Whatever they do now, whatever they choose to do, is the right thing to do, because if it goes wrong the other way, everybody will say, well, why didn't you? Why didn't you open up a bit? Why didn't you get on with it? Why didn't you take the tack to them? Why did you let them bowl at you? But equally, you go for a big shot and you get out now, and everybody will say, well, why didn't you dig in? Here's Kuhnemann bowls, and this ball's turned into the onside, and there's no run. The match situation, I think, has been long dictated, and it's been dictated by a 4th wicket stand in the Glamorgan first innings, which has completely shaped this game. And Middlesex haven't been able to find something similar with the bat themselves, as Kuhnemann bowls, forward goes Roland Jones and pushes it back a dot ball. But Kuhnemann's clearly a very dangerous bowler, isn't he? 4 for 38 in his 16th over, and he's the man that's ripped the heart out of this follow-on, which started well, as it's tickled on the leg side by Roland Jones. Just a little too straight, Kuhnemann, on that occasion. Roland Jones will get a couple. And again, the oddity of this innings was Glamorgan had a strangely slow start, because it wasn't that Middlesex came out and were batting out of their skins. They were batting properly and putting bad balls away. There was an extraordinary number of bad balls this morning in that first hour. And what was it, 94 without loss after 16 overs. Well, they've struggled to add another 100 in the and they haven't added another 100 in the next 30 thereafter. So it's wherever it goes now. We've just got to sit back and enjoy the ride of what's left, and it could be, if Roland Jones and Davies get in, it could still be a fair journey in this game. But obviously Glamorgan are very, very close to victory now. 175 for 7. Middlesex still trailing by 53 as they follow on.
Yeah, they want to just choke those 53 runs off, do they, and have something to bowl at. And we've mentioned the weather more than once. The forecast isn't great for tomorrow, as Glamorgan make a change. Andy Gorvin will come into the attack, replacing James Harris. 0 for 33 so far. Gorvin picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, and he'll come around the wicket from the Cathedral end to Davies, who's on 12. Pitched it up and defended from Davies. But Glamorgan would desperately like this done before tea, if possible. Still over an hour's play. Was it 4 today, did we say?
Yeah, 4.
4 o'clock. Gorvin. Beats the outside edge. Just died a little before reaching Cook, the wicket-keeper. Still haven't spotted Edward Bevan, by the way.
Yeah, where's he gone? I've been looking for him.
Yeah.
That's why I had the natter with him at lunch. I did say, did I not, that if things went wrong this afternoon, we might not have much time to catch up with Eddie. So I had a good sit down with him at lunch.
Always great value as Gorvin comes in once again to Davis and just leaves it outside his off stump. Can't be chasing any balls now, the Middlesex batsman. And they'll be thinking, how on earth have we gone from 98, or was it 98 without loss to 175 for 7?
Well, yeah, but in some ways we were almost sitting, how on earth have they gone to 98 in that? But it was they weren't at it this morning, Glamorgan.
Gorvin again doesn't quite reach the wicket-keeper Cook.
Yeah, kept low, didn't it?
Yeah. No runs off the over.
We saw a couple of those yesterday evening, and we saw a couple more this morning. That's in the batter's mind. When you are getting a ball that gets lift, like that Zafar Gohar one, he's just throwing the bat at it, but it's got big on him from Harris, hasn't it? Cook taking the catch.
Final ball of the over then. Gorvin still around the wicket, and exactly the same ball, exactly the same response from Davis, just lets it go.
Yeah, I mean, not charging, not being overly aggressive.
My mistake, there's still one ball of the over left.
Yeah, the ball's into its 46th over. There'll be a number of things that disappoint Middlesex, but one of the elements in this match would be that in both innings, Ryan Higgins talked in that first innings about this being a new ball pitch.
Gorvin then. Went through him.
Well, it didn't get up again. I mean, there you go. That's the problem. You try and hit out, and he's looked for a pickup shot there out of the slot, and the ball, well, he's just made the signal with his hand. It's grubbed through, isn't it? And we've seen a number of them. And we saw it yesterday evening, and that was the real fear. What chance of Middlesex saving the game or putting on a total of 380 odd when you've got a ball keeping low? And, he'd have fancied that the small skiddier bowler into the slot there who's able to pick that up from outside the off stump, but it skidded through underneath the bat, and he just made the signal with the hand, didn't he, to say, that's just no chance. That's just rolls. And there was one earlier in the over as well, wasn't there? So it does leave Middlesex with a big problem here of how to go about it, and that's why, as I say, these two, they're damned if they do, damned if they don't at this stage. So we shall see. 12 for Davies, 10 for Roland Jones, 175 for 7 Middlesex. And yeah, the first innings was a similar pattern for Middlesex, wasn't it? They batted out 40 odd overs. 46 overs now for 175 for 7. So they haven't been able to get into the third spells of the bowlers. They haven't reached that 60 over mark where the ball gets a little softer. Here's Kuhneman, left arm around. He bowls to Roland Jones, who gets a bottom edge on it, and that bottom edge goes back up the track. He's just trapping an angle bat down outside the off stump, off the bottom part of the bat. Could have gone down into the stumps. It went bumping into the ground and then trickled back to the bowler as his Kuhneman to Roland Jones, who plunges forward in defence.
Labuschagne vocal as ever, applauding the ball from his fellow Australian.
He's thinking his ham and cheese sandwich would be ready soon. He'd have had it in the microwave at lunch. It was in a microwave, he put it, wasn't it? And then went out and had a net and came back and ate his ham and cheese sandwich. Right temperature, he said. Here's Roland Jones in behind this one, pushing back into the offside, 175 for 7. I'm going to have to go and re-watch that. I'm not sure I've finished season 2 of the test yet. We'll have to go and I'll have to re-watch season 1 though. It was good.
How much cheese in the microwave?
I'm sure that you'd have to watch it. Oh. It's well worth a watch. Here comes Roland Jones down the track to Kuhneman, and that ball just takes a little bit of bite, doesn't it? Hits on the splice of the bat of the tall Roland Jones. Not quite to the pitch of it. Long on, dropping, or deep mid on, dropping ever deeper. It's a deepish mid off as well. Well, it is a deep mid off. That's his. Kuhneman to Roland Jones, backs up and turns to mid wicket. No run. Likes to feel bat on ball, Roland Jones. That doesn't mean he's going to be reckless with it, but capable of some of the biggest shots around. Toby Roland Jones long levers. Here's Kuhneman. Bowls, a bit of flight, and that's stroked up to the deep mid-on for a single. Roland Jones moves to 11 to keep the strike as well, 176.47. So, what will we establish in tea? At 4 o'clock, so an hour from tea.
Is it fair to say it all depends on this partnership now from Middlesex?
Yeah,
If
once this partnership is done, with all due respect to Sharma and Patterson, whoever's left of Davies and Roland Jones, I think they'll just open up. They'll just start going for it. The problem is when you even if you've got a pretty good number 10 and 11, you're still 2 balls away from the end of the innings. So if you've got a reasonable batter at the other ends, they're thinking, well, the onus is on me to find these runs. But that's Simon Hughes was at Lords last week. He was recalling a partnership he had with Roland Butcher, where I think they put on 92 for the last wicket. I'm just trying to get it right now. I think Yoza said he scored 5. But it was just a case of block, and let Roland Butcher get on with it at the other end. So, there is that. If they do get as far as Sharma, and which they will at some point, Sharma and Patterson, then they could go about it that way. But I fancy they'll probably open up.
Gorvin then struck to cover, no run.
I almost want to go back and watch that 4th wicket partnership now for Glamorgan. I suppose in a morbid curiosity is how many times did the ball beat the bat? There was a fair bit of talk about the ball change, and Glamorgan have just changed the ball here as well themselves, haven't they? But
Yes.
a ball change around the 40 over mark for Middlesex, and that replacement ball didn't quite do as much.
Gorvin struck well that time by Roland Jones through the covers, and that'll race away for 4 runs.
The skipper won't have given up hope of this pair getting 50s and Middlesex having 100 to bowl at in the final innings. He won't have given up hope of that at all. And there'll also be a little bit of pride in this for the skipper, and there'll be a little bit of, well, if I could score a 50. The skipper will be absolutely fighting with all his might here to try and make something of this still.
Gorvin to Roland Jones, and he's cleared the ropes, has he? For 6 through deep forward square. So Gorvin just turns away, and Middlesex come up to 186 for 7.
Into the slot on the legs, and Roland Jones says, see ya. Shorter boundary to the onside, isn't it, for the right-hander than that big expanse. Nick's back for the 4 o'clock. 3 o'clock? I wish it was 4 o'clock. Wish it was 4 o'clock tomorrow. Here's Gorvin to Roland Jones. Keeper up, 2 slips down, and Roland Jones drives to mid-off, no run. There was a classic example of Roland Jones in 2 shots. A lovely drive through the covers, and the sweetest of pickups for 6 over square leg.
There we are. Middlesex need a bit more of this.
Well, 42 to make them bat again, so that's first thing.
Yep.
Make them bat again, so it's not an innings defeat.
Saves a bit of pride, doesn't it?
It does, and as I say, Roland Jones and Davies are very capable of centuries, but the 2 of them out there will be saying to each other, come on, 50s at least. Let's get a couple of 50s and at least make them work for the victory. Gorvin's in, bowls, and Roland Jones drives down the ground. Lovely shot for 4. Lovely shot. That was a length ball. Roland Jones standing up tall, as he does, bringing that big bat down. And he's a fine batter to watch when he's in full flow. Roland Jones, a lovely on drive that. 190 for 7. Middlesex trail by 38. Roland Jones has 25.
Well, he's if he is going down, he's going down all guns blazing, isn't he, Toby? Roland Jones, 4 4s and a 6 already.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not reckless all guns blazing from Roland Jones. He will stroke it around, and then if he sees the ball and thinks it's going, it'll go, if he can. As Gorvin's in, and Roland Jones drives that one into the offside. It's fielded at point. Again, looking to hit on the up of that one, over the top of it. 190 for 7. 48 overs bowls. I was just making the point, Nick, which I think we'll have time to just go back to before your bulletin. The disappointment for Middlesex is you say get when you're batting in first, second innings, get to the 60th over. Over 60 to 80, there's not much left in that ball. And that's when you score your runs. Middlesex haven't been able to get anywhere near the 60th over so far. And Can these two, 12 more overs, can they get it to the 60th over? Well, if they do, there's a fair chance they'll be in the lead by that point. So,
Scoring rate going back up again. It's approaching 4 runs and over.
well, this is the last chance of a partnership, and we were just chewing it over. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Whether you dig in or you counter-attack at this stage. But there's 2 fine batters in the middle still, so over to them at this stage of the match, really.
Kuhneman to Davies on 12 not out, pushing forward, playing it down into the gully, northeast fields at point. Glamorgan close to victory in the Sapphire Sunshine. Middlesex are 190 for 7 in their second innings, following on, and that is still a deficit of 38. Sam Robson with 66 got Middlesex off to a bright start this morning, but 4 wickets from the Australian spinner Matt Kuhneman have really changed the nature of this game. James Harris has weighed in with a couple as well. Toby Rowland-Jones trying to launch a counter attack late in this game. Middlesex 190 for 7, still 38 behind.
Oh, you've gone early there, Nick. Glamorgan close to victory.
Well, you've got to take the broader approach for a non-specialist sport audience. Kuhneman bowls, pulled away by Davis, up to mid-wicket, and he's gone. Didn't quite get hold of it, looking to smash it into the grandstand. It is a 5 for Matt Kuhneman on Glamorgan debut. Just look at those celebrations. High fives all round. 8 down. Jack Davis gone for 12.
You didn't go that early, Nick. That's a fine shot, wasn't it? Really fine shot from fine catch. Sorry, a fine catch from a big shot from Davies.
Harris, the man underneath it.
Yeah, he's done well there. It was lobbed up to that boundary. Davies would be disappointed. He'd have seen what Rowland-Jones was doing at the other end and looked for the big shot over the boundary rope. Nearly got to it, didn't he? And he's fallen in the same manner as the first, but this time to the spinner as opposed to the quick, pulling down the throat of the fielder at deep. Sure, he's out to a stunner in the first innings as well, wasn't he? But 190 for 8, and Glamorgan are just 2 deliveries away. It could be this over. We said that's the problem. Once you're 8 down, no matter the quality of your 10 and 11, you're 2 balls from the end of an innings. So they've got a block now for Rowland-Jones and let Rowland-Jones do what he can. But what he'll do at best now really is just take it to a final innings as opposed to affect the result. You'd have thought. But Ishant Sharma, my apologies. Navya Sharma will make his way down the steps. Thinking of Ishant Kaushal, who is among those list of players we've been saying, the bowlers who are desperate to get a game for Middlesex at the moment. A long list of seamers who are very keen to get in the side, and may well do with that upcoming blast. We were going through the list of options of who may come in for that. But whether Sharma, the youngster, who's been in on debut last week and kept in the side this week, whether he'll be given a go in the T20 or protected from that form of cricket, we'll have to wait and see. So this could be his last bit of cricket for a little while as he skips out to the middle to join his fellow former Hampton School. What's the word I'm looking for?
Alumna? Alumnus, sorry. Alumnus. That's the masculine, isn't it? 190 for 8, still 38 behind. And Glamorgan with the possibility of wrapping it up inside, 8 sessions of this game, which is pretty good going. If they do so, it'll be the first time they have ever won 3 matches in a row with a day to spare.
And the first time they've asked Middlesex to follow on.
We think so. That one's TBC from the good doctor, in terms of that particular stat.
In the doctor we trust.
We do indeed.
He's been quiet today, Higgers. I suppose when the victory comes, he'll have a bit to say over the PA.
190 for 8. Sharma, the new man. The teenage seam bowler, playing just his second first-class match and being greeted by a test-quality spinner and 3 fielders crouched around the bat, a silly point, a short leg and a slip, as Kuhneman is in to bowl to Sharma, who steps back and cuts and misses. You don't want to do that.
Well, I mean, that's not probably what Rowland-Jones wanted to see either there. It just betrayed a little bit of inexperience, that, didn't it? Length ball outside the off stump, he didn't really know what to do with it.
Kuhneman just sending his shortish fine leg back towards the ropes in case of a sweep, but forward plunges Sharma, defends that one confidently enough. End of another successful over in which Matt Kuhneman claimed his first Glamorgan fiver. Who knows whether there will be opportunities for him to get more in the future, all depending on Australian international commitments, of course, which tend to sprawl over quite a lot of the UK summer. But he certainly made an impact as one of the leading figures in what looks like being a Glamorgan victory.
I was only ribbing you, Webby.
I've got to get the caveats in for the commentary because the radio summary, you've got to tell them basically what's likely to happen, haven't you?
Here's Gorvin from the Cathedral Road end. He's got a slip in place, and this ball's on a length onto the pad and it falls away into the onside. There's no run. I was just about to say we've got the great and the good at the back of the commentary box, but I didn't realise we've only got the great. 190 for 8. Here's the score here. So yes, 38 more to force Glamorgan to bat again, but a tough old couple of days for Middlesex in Cardiff. Here's Gorvin to the visiting skipper, who heaves him into the onside. It's short of the deep square. They've rejected the single.
Oh no.
Well,
we're into that sort of territory with 8 down. That's unusual. It's usually last wicket.
Well, no, I did say that maybe, you know,
Fun,
we saw this last week. They went 2 in 2, Sharma, in exactly this position. Roland Jones at the other end, and 2 in 2, and that was it. He didn't get to see strike again. So it's a tough position now, isn't it, for Roland Jones? But yeah, winning the toss, putting them in, and on the verge of a 3-day defeat following on as Gorvin comes in, bowls, and Roland Jones guides this one away into the offside.
Taking single?
And yes, that was just
off the third ball compared to the second. It's usually the fourth they go for the single, isn't it? Yeah. If they're trying to protect someone.
Yeah. You never know whether people like being named on air or not, so that's why I didn't, as who was at the back of the box. Would he like being named?
David Morgan, I'm sure he'd be happy.
Wonderful David Morgan.
Former head of everything.
Yes. Sharma's forward pushing back up the track, and there's no run. I thought he was showing somebody. Well, he was showing somebody around, but I didn't see who was behind him. Only to realise it was David Kendricks, who's a former Middlesex board member and maestro of all things Test Championship tables and ICC and that. Yeah, oh yeah, if something important needs to be done, hotline to Kendo.
Yeah, David was head honcho of the ICC.
Well, there you go. Friends reunited at the back of the box. As this ball's pushed back into the onside by Sharma. No run. That's the end of the over. 191 for 8. I was surprised I didn't get it. Oh, sorry, there is one more to come. I was surprised I didn't get a clip around the ear from Kendo before he walked out the back of the box. I said, no, it's just the great, not the good as well. He came in once, many moons ago here. I was doing a commentary. I'm guessing it was before Radio Wales did the championship games. David Morgan, he said, wherever I am around the world, I listen to you. I don't think all the counties were covered at that point. So he's Gorvin. He's pushed back up the track and there's no run. He said, it's a great service, really enjoy it. It was a lovely thing to hear, wasn't it? He said, wherever I am around the world, in a hotel room, we've got you guys on.
Bit of county championship cricket, and of course the London teams were the forerunners of it all, weren't they?
Yeah, well, yes, indeed. But it's true, you know, if we've got a round off, you or I, you know, you'll tune in wherever you are. It's great when you jump in the car and you hear Kevin Howes on 5 Sports Extra.
Yeah, Monday evenings are fun, aren't they, with the best of the games coming to a conclusion, and of course these days there are 2 extra BBC Sounds facilities as well.
So you can have 3 games on.
You can have 3 games on potentially at a time, which is always fun.
But you can't have Halsey on all three of them. You want Halsey, that's what you want. Turn on Sports Extra and hear a bit of Kevin Howells.
191 for 8. Middlesex trail by 37, and they have 2 second innings wickets remaining, and it looks as though Kuhnemann is going to bowl all the way through.
Oh, you went all deep to begin with there. I thought you were doing an impression of Kevin Howells.
Not consciously. Maybe subconsciously.
You do it in your dreams? Impressions of Kevin Howells? Unconsciously.
So, the bat pad fielders have been withdrawn for Roland Jones, and Kuhnemann bowls, and he dabs that one down to backward point. So, short legs gone, silly points gone, with Roland Jones opening his arms and getting 26 at better than a runner ball. Kuhnemann is in and bowls, and Roland Jones pushes forward and defends. Well, that's what he's earned himself the absence of close fielders apart from the slip by his blows in previous overs. So long off is right back on the ropes. Mid on is 2/3 of the way back. Mid wicket is on the ropes, as is cover. Mid wicket and cover are saving the single. Now there is a silly point, Glamorgan switching things around a bit as Roland Jones defends the next ball. 191 for 8. Next delivery is played out on the offside, and this time he's bisected the field. There will be a single out to Harris sweeping in front of the grandstand, and so Kuhnemann has got 2 balls to bowl at the number 10.
Was it Eurovision this last week, or was it the week before?
Last weekend, wasn't it?
The phrase nil point is springing to mind.
Well, Middlesex have got 2 points.
Oh no, they don't.
Over 8?
Potentially -2 on the over 8.
Oh gosh.
Nil point. So that's another reason to get them back out there.
Oh, Glamorgan had that at Lord's.
Yeah.
Which we didn't realise at the time because we thought they were level. Kuhnemann is in and bowls, and Roland Jones is pushing forward to... Sharma is pushing forward to defend.
Bad news from the mark today. Nil point for Middlesex as things stand. So another 36 runs to get them back out there and bowl...
Kuhnemann bowls, and some sort of shot from Sharma. It wasn't a very good one, is what sort of shot it was. He missed it, and it went through to Chris Cook, who's groping forward. 192 for 8. So Roland Jones has even more incentive to try and clear off this deficit and throw the ball to his spinners for whatever Glamorgan have to knock off.
Apparently you can reverse -2 very, very quickly.
What, by buying a nice coffee for the umpires?
Well, yeah, that's true. But off one step, spinner, bang, 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 6 balls, and you can really turn it around very, very quickly, -2. And the reason I know that is because when Middlesex were relegated in 2017 by -2 points. That was when they were allowed back on with the arrow.
The arrow one.
And they were
on the
-2.
outfield.
And they were promised you will not be docked the -2 points because of the match situation. They were docked the -2 points, and down they went. It would have only taken them 5 minutes apparently to get back on and have done that. So here's Galvin in, bowls to Roland Jones. This is pushed down to deep mid-on. 192 for 8 it remains because they reject the single. Middlesex were adamant they wanted to go back out and knock off that -2. And the umpire said, no, we're not going to knock you off the -2. So the story goes. Yeah, off they all went. -2 was recorded in the umpire's log.
Yes, Glamorgan might have felt themselves harshly dealt with at Lord's as well.
Galvin to Roland Jones, pick up shot into the onside, over square leg, and fine of the deep square leg fielder. It has gone all the way for 6, and has he got it right down there? It's crazy golf. Look, he's gone all the way down the hole there. Out they go. The little gap between the huge grandstand.
It's through the windmill.
Yes. Does he get bonus points?
It's the side of the water ditch.
33 for the Middlesex skipper. And Middlesex trail by 30.
Yep. He's reached the hole at the foot of the gnome.
You're going all Tolkien again on me. Here's Gorvin. Up to the stumps. He bowls, and Roland Jones goes for the same shot again, and he gets it again. This time it's more in front of square and over mid-wicket for 6. 200 up for Middlesex, 204 for 8. Skipper's seen enough.
Well, this is clever play from Roland Jones if he is aware of the, and I presume he is, of the potential points deduction, knowing that he has to get Middlesex some sort of lead as quickly as possible without having to worry about the tail-enders hanging round.
Gorvin bowls, Roland Jones goes again, and this might be the biggest of the lot. Oh, wow, there you go. Thumps into one of the daffodils midway up that grandstand to our right. The yellow seats that represent the daffodil right in the middle of it. A little flap of one of the seats, and I'll have to check that one before the T20 starts, make sure it's okay. Middlesex trail by 18, 210 for 8. 3 consecutive sixes off the second, third and fourth balls of the over. We're not going to see a sobers in this over.
I think Gorvin, obviously he doesn't want to be hit for 3 sixes, but at least those are potential catching chances if they are miss-hit. So it's not all bad from Gorvin's point of view.
They brought up the fielder from deep point, so they're going to say to him, just let him keep going. Bowls again, Roland Jones this time shovels it, well I say shovels it, he drives it, it's a nice shot wide of mid-on. It was just a dismissive drive of mid-on. They basically brought up the deep point and left the field back on the onside, saying, no, keep it straight, let him keep going, he'll hold out soon enough. Well, he's driven the next one wide of mid-on. And 4 more, Middlesex trail by 14, 214 for 8. What was all the fuss about? He's on to 49, Roland Jones.
Wow.
32 deliveries. We did say last night when it was potentially 4 overs to go out on face for Middlesex following on, would Roland Jones reverse the order at that point rather than send in 2 night watch rather than send in his openers. Gorvin to Roland Jones, swings big again and fine short of long leg for a single it is. It's Roland Jones' 50. The visiting skipper, a tough couple of days for Middlesex with the bat. He reluctantly raises his bat to the pavilion and the crowd. 33 balls, 5 fours and 4 sixes. Middlesex trail by 13 runs, 215 for 8.
5 fours and 4 sixes. That's can't be right. Oh yes, that's 44. Sorry, my maths are letting me down. How dare I query the doctor? So Kuhnemann already has 5 wickets for 42 runs, and Roland Jones has played still in probable defeat, but played a master's class in trying to get his bowlers back on the field to bowl those 2-minute overs and make sure that Middlesex don't lose points. Bizarrely, Glamorgan had this at Kent in when they were pressing for victory. They had to get both spinners on, even though Carlson was getting clogged all over the place, just to get rid of the negative over rate in the last couple of overs of the game. As Kuhnemann is in over the wicket bowls, and that's padded away by Roland Jones.
We can welcome listeners on 5 Sports Extra to Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan are very nearly there for what we reckon is the first time at this stage, from records that we have, is the first time they've ever been able to ask Middlesex to follow on. And they might be about to force the victory as well.
And if they do that, it's the first time they've won 3 games in a row with a day to spare, ever, across the history of the championship. Here's Kuhnemann then, bowls to Roland Jones, who's on the back foot. Toby Roland Jones has just been smashing Andy Gorvin into the grandstand for 3 successive sixes. And this game has remarkably turned around thanks to this man, Matt Kuhnemann, who bowls shorter and flatter, and the reverse sweep comes out for a single off the 3rd ball of the over. So number 10, Navya Sharma, has potentially 3 to face.
We've got the one-cap wonder on at the moment. Kuhnemann, who's in the Australia Test Championship side. 5 for 43 in his 20th over. Spinning in Glamorgan's
In
victory.
case you're wondering, 5 tests but only 1 Glamorgan appearance.
He's a one glammy wonder.
Could be.
They'll have him back after this.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the Aussie schedule looks like. Maybe later in the season, maybe later in future years, as Sharma is back on his stumps defending out to cover and there is no run.
But yeah, across the 3 days, it's been a chastening few days for Middlesex. Winning the toss, putting Glamorgan in, 52 for 3 that first morning, but then a double century stand between North East and Carlson.
Now 2 slips, a silly point and a short leg crouched around the batters. Koonman bowls, and this time it's Sharma who goes for it and dispatches it back where it came from for half a dozen over long off. It's bounced back off the advertising hoardings at the River Taff end, and Sharma is joining in the 6 hitting fun. 222 for 8. 6 behind. 1 shot maybe away from making Glamorgan bat again. Here comes Koeneman, and this time the teenage Londoner is forward in defence respectfully. Plays it out. 222 for 8. 6 in arrears.
Puffy white cloud and a mostly blue sky over Cardiff, and a happy sunny Sunday afternoon for Glamorgan at the moment. So that double century stand is pretty much standalone in this innings. Cook did get into the 40s, didn't he, thereafter for Glamorgan, but other than that, it's been 3-8-3, plays 1-5-5, and then but to this, he's made a bit of a mess of it now, Roland Jones, isn't he? 2-2-2 for 8 with his 33 ball 50, but it's been a match where the seamers have dominated heavily. There was a partnership this morning of 96, I think they had 94 on the board inside 16 overs, but it was just good stroke play from Robson and Holden, and some pretty rough bowling first up from Glamorgan this morning. Maybe started the celebrations a little too early last night, but they soon got their act together, and mainly Koeneman. Here's Van der Houten from the Cathedral Road end. His right arm over the wicket, replacing Gorvin and given the same treatment by Roland Jones. He drives him through the covers for 4. Roland Jones moves to 55. Middlesex are 226 for 8, and they are 2 runs shy of making Glamorgan bat again, and the ignominy of an innings defeat in the first time they've been asked to follow on by Glamorgan, potentially, as we understand it, then that may be about to be moved past, and indeed Middlesex then will have the opportunity to reverse the -2 on the over 8, because at the moment they only have 2 bonus points in the match, so scrambling to at least take 2 points back to London with them, if not a great deal of pride after this one.
Yeah, that would have been a quiz question for years to come, wouldn't it? A pair of championship fixtures in which both away sides finished up with nul point as a result of those deductions.
Yeah, at Lords, the 9-wicket win as it was at Lords for Glamorgan. They're able to force a 10-wicket win here. They're 2 away from having to bat again. 2-2-6 for 8. Well, you never know. We have overnight, of course, heard news of all out for 2 in the Division 1 of the 3rd tier of the Middlesex League, as here's Van der Houten in bowls, and Roland Jones flays it into the offside. That was a chance at cover, a very sharp and difficult one. Diving to his left was... He's picked himself up. Thank you, Tribe. I keep mixing him up with Labuschagne. They do have a very similar pair of shoulders, the pair of them. You're not having it? I think there's a great similarity between them. A couple of times in this match.
Tribe's a bit taller, I think. And wears specs.
But other than that, I can't see his specs from here, can I? He's got a cap on as well.
He has.
Well, if he was stood next to Labuschagne, you say, Labuschagne's the shorter of the 2, but he's on his own. He's, come on, I'm having a rough enough time, but it is Webby. Here's Van der Houten in bowls, and Sharma defends into the offside. There's no run. They picked up a single with that, drop. Fine stop by Try, but that's cover. The bespectacled, excuse me, hoisted by my own petard there. The bespectacled Tribe.
Yes, man of
Sounds
Jersey.
like something out of a Dickens novel, that.
Man of Jersey.
Here's Van der Houten. 2 slips and a shortish mid-wicket for young Sharma in his second first-class match. This ball's eased away into the offside. And they run again. They trail by 1, Middlesex. They'll be off soon. Sports Extra. They won't believe us when we say, Middlesex in the lead. There's still a chance. Could have all got in a pile. .227 for 8. Van der Houten again. Sun at his back as he runs in. Bowls a beaut past the edge, just outside off stump. Sharma back and across. Nips away from ever so slightly. And it has. The one thing about this match, it's been a match dominated by seam bowling, but for that partnership of Northeast and Carlson, Centurions, the pair of them.
Yes, and Northeast in particular rode his luck quite a bit on that first morning, didn't he? Probably beaten a couple of dozen times, but with the composure to put that in the back of his mind and play the next ball on its merits each time.
Change up of field. It's got 3 slips now, and the shortish mid-wicket. Point drops back as a result. Van der Houten's in and bowls a bumper. There it goes to the keeper. End of the 54th. 227 for 8. Sharma has 6. Roland Jones has 56. 5 off the over. Middlesex still trailing, but by just 1 run now. As Kuhnemann will continue.
Do you find yourself ever ducking bumpers from the commentary box? I do. It's some sort of reflex. I don't know why, because we're about 100 metres away from it. There's absolutely no chance of that ball hitting us. But
ducking bumpers from colleagues, mainly Howells. Howells is always up to no good, isn't he? Comes and turns up, sits down next to you, sends a bumper in.
227 for 8. Middlesex trail by 1.
I'm not sure where he is today, actually, Kev. Where is he basing himself for this round? I did have a brief listen. I should apologise to you, actually. I stepped out of the box out of my stint a little while ago and had a brief listen to a bit of the Somerset-Durham game. Somerset on the charge, aren't they?
As Kuhnemann continues, and that is deflected away on the offside by Roland Jones. No run. They were on the verge of victory last time I checked. They completed as
Will it be this year?
As yet.
Will it be this year for Somerset?
So often the bridesmaids.
Well, I tell you what, Leicestershire win Division 2, Somerset win Division 1.
Kuhnemann bowls and Roland Jones pads it away on the leg side and therefore cannot take a run. Somerset beat Durham by 7 wickets. Sussex beat Hampshire by 9 wickets. Essex 369 for 6 leads Surrey by 307. Kuhnemann bowls, reverse sweep from Roland Jones down towards deep point for the single.
And the scores are level.
Hooray! Middlesex make Glamorgan bat again.
Here we go. 50-60 runs. Roland Jones roaring in.
It's strange because that's the sort of target that Glamorgan needed last week against Northants, 66.
And
they won.
By 10 wickets.
But it was also the sort of target that Middlesex had to beat Glamorgan, 59. As Kuhnemann is in and bowls and forward plunges Sharma to defend. And also in the first match against Leicestershire, who needed 51 to win. So we've seen 3 very similar sort of positions, 2 going against Glamorgan and 1 for. As that is played gently by Sharma down into the grounds. Labuschagne picks up, no run.
Where's your 1992 Glamorgan yearbook? What was the target in that one where Richards and who was it? They scored the runs but then lost the match. Richards and Dale, 400 odd partnership and then still lost.
That's appeal for an LBW as Sharma misses with the sweep shot.
I think he was outside the line of off, wasn't he? I think. 228 for 8. Yeah, well, they hit 400 odd, didn't they? And then got skittled in the second innings for virtually nothing.
Yep.
Was that Tuffers?
It was
Tuffers' finest hour.
Tuffers 8 for 20 odd, I believe.
Was that the one where he upset Viv on the field and then Viv came off afterwards and they were in the opposite? This is always told to me by Gus and Gat They were off the field afterwards. At the end of the match, Tufts is in the dressing room. There's a knock on the door. Viv storms in, having been upset on the field by Tuffers. Where is he? Gat just points to the corner over there. And he went and sat down and had a lovely chat with him, apparently. Tuffers was preparing to charge out of Sophia Gardens, apparently. It's one of the Gus's, actually. It's one of Gus's favourite ones to retell that story. Van der Houten to Roland Jones. Sweet pick-up shot on that, but has he got enough on it? That's a wonderful tumbling catch from his old mate Jimmy Harris, running in at deep square to dismiss the Middlesex skipper with the scores level. 2-2-8 for 9. Roland Jones falls for a fine 57 from 41 deliveries, just trying to put a little bit of respectability back into this score for the well-beaten visitors in Cardiff. And, kind of fitting, isn't it, that it's Harris that grabs it against the county. He left Glamorgan for, he's back with them now, and he's about to record a pretty big win against Middlesex with Roland Jones gone. That's with all due respect to Sharma and Patson. They're not going to put on the kind of runs that Middlesex could even think about defending.
No, it won't be an innings victory, but unless Sharma and Patterson do something absolutely remarkable, it could well be a 10-wicket win. 2-wicket win would be even more remarkable. Sharma and Patterson with the bat, and from what you say, Kevin, won't probably have the opportunity to do anything with the ball, with Middlesex needing to bowl spin for whatever fairly small target.
Well, apparently it only takes 5 minutes or so to turn around -2, so they need to find 20 or so runs.
If they're out straight away, they're not going to have 5 minutes, are they?
Well, that's what I mean, yeah, they've got to...
might be one over.
Yeah, they've got to find 20 or so runs, haven't they, to try and reclaim those 2 points, which will be stripped from them as it is. Patterson down the pavilion steps. It's a long old walk from the pavilion steps to get over the boundary rope here at Cardiff, because the pitch is away towards the grandstand as opposed towards the pavilion. So across the square he'll stride now. And, the forecast for tomorrow was a little rough, so Middlesex today would have had some aspiration of batting the day and then hoping that wherever they were with regards to the follow-on, that it wouldn't really matter because there might not be much play tomorrow, but we will never know. Well, we will, because we'll open the curtains tomorrow and see if it's raining or not. But
Shall I send you an hour-by-hour update from Cardiff, Kevin?
I think I'll still be here. I'm not going home tonight. It's far too late to finish. They'll be locked in that dressing room for an hour and a half, won't they? Tea's delayed now, 9 down. Tea's delayed. It was going to be 4 o'clock, so making up overs from yesterday.
Play on. Well, it's going to be 4 o'clock. We might, if they go quickly, we might be over by 4 o'clock.
I know. But you'd imagine that we'll be taking tea for the change of innings now. At 25-4, as here's Van der Houten in bowls. And Patterson, he's driven that with a thick edge off stump. Not a great deal of foot movement, but 4 runs. So they lead by 4, Middlesex. 2-3-2 for 9. Nudge of gloves by Sharma, who has 6, which was brought up with the boundary. And now Patterson has 4, similarly a boundary as well. I did say to Kevin Howells when he crossed to us, he just missed we were talking about you. He said, I heard. They might have been with us for your Kevin Howells impression, Webby.
It wasn't a Kevin Howells impression. It's entirely accidental.
Accidental Howells. Here's a length ball from Van der Houten to Patterson. It's pushed back up the track.
Bears no relationship with accidental partridge.
What we'd all give to be Kevin Howells, never mind accidental Howells.
Look, I've accidentally appeared in Private Eye.
Ooh.
In the Coleman Balls section.
Is it repeatable?
I said something about someone was a test player and you don't get to be an England test player without being a mug.
Van der Houten's in, bowls to Patterson, pushed back up the track and there's no run. So between you and Bevan, you've been in Private Eye, and he's been on Have I Got News For You?
He has.
That famous one with Steve James when the ball went through the commentary box window. He's next door today, Ed. He feared this game wasn't going to go for tomorrow. He was working here tomorrow, wasn't he?
He was due to be working here tomorrow,
but come along today to
highly
see us
unlikely.
Well, yeah, Nostra Bevan. He drove over this morning thinking he wouldn't see much play tomorrow. Here's that Van der Houten bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside, and there's no running. Good of him to do so as well. They're both Ian Hislop as well, aren't they? Private Iron, have I got news for you?
A very good point.
He likes Radio Wales, clearly. 2-3-2 for 9, Middlesex. Go back to that first morning winning the toss. We haven't even really spoken about that, have we? But I don't think... Again, this whole match has been dominated by that one partnership, the 4th wicket stand in the first innings. Van der Houten to Patterson. Last ball of the over. Patterson drives him to mid-on, checking the drive. No recklessness there from Patterson. 2-3-2 for 9 it is. And, well, it'll be interesting to see how these two go now, because Patterson, all the talk when Middlesex won that match at Lords a few weeks back against Kent, when Zafar Gohard dumped the ball into the grandstand for 6 to win the match with a couple of wickets and an over to spare. Patterson was the number 11, and they all asked him after, come on, how nervous were you, Dane? How nervous? I wasn't nervous. I can bat. I've been out there. I've done this. I've done that. Test batter, test player. Well, now's his chance to show, isn't it? He's got a little bit in him. And I tell you what, if they did somehow find 50 runs here, it'd at least be fun, wouldn't it? Middlesex had come out, 6 slips. So that 92 match, Richards and Dale hit 400, and it was 555 or whatever. And then they were skittled for what, 100 in the
I think it was fewer than 100 off the top of my head.
Could history be about to repeat itself?
Kevin Hand hopes so.
It'd be a much easier interview in about an hour if it did.
As that sees Sharma trying to belt over the top, and doing so, it hasn't quite run away to the boundary. It's a scrambling stop from Zain ul Hassan in the far distance, and then his cap blows away, and he has to do a bit more chasing. 2:33 for 9. Middlesex lead by 5 here on BBC Sport Online.
Dizzy heights.
Can Sharma get another couple away? As Kuhnemann bowls, and he pushes forward, and it pops to silly point. Tom Bevan now in that position, but not off the bat. Off the middle of the front pad. Kuhnemann bowls, and Patterson is forward defending. I thought... how many did they take off? Was it 3 off? Was it 3 or 1?
No, it's just a single. Yeah, no, it's just a single.
Patterson steps back and clubs it up towards mid-off. Bevan saw his life flash before his eyes at silly point there, but it was smacked tennis style, forehand down the line, up to deep mid-off. Single again. Sharma pushes forward. Bevan goes sprawling on his rear as he took precautionary cover. Didn't need to. 2:34 for 9. Middlesex lead by 6.
Sounds like the commentary of Ed ducking for cover in that commentary box at Taunton.
I haven't got the sound effects for the smashing glass. Kuhnemann in. Bowls back on his stumps goes Sharma, and defends to Harris at point. It is the end of the over, 234 for 9. So presumably now we won't have... Well, it was meant to be a 4 o'clock tea. Can't be... It could, I suppose, be lengthened for 9 down. Who knows what the regulations are. It's probably going to be tea between innings in all probability at the moment.
Just seen a shot of the Middlesex balcony. 1 or 2 smiles on there, but all a little resigned. Plenty of chat between the coaches. They'll be discussing it all. How to put this together. It's been an up and down start to the season for Middlesex. 2 slips and a gully crouch down as Van der Houten's in bowls, and this is punched off the back foot to cover, and there's no run. They drew the first match with Lancashire, where they were heavily beaten up at one point, but Max Holden led a charge which nearly turned the match, and it was Lancashire holding on for the draw with 2 wickets standing on the final evening of the opening round. Defeat at Canterbury inside 3 days after a very good start, where they were 222 on the board and then had Kent 79 for 6, but Kent turned the game. Victory then following against Kent at Lords and against Glamorgan at Lords. As here's Van der Houten bowls to Patterson, beats him on the back foot, through it goes. Draw at Derby on a hybrid in between, and now back-to-back defeats against the Flying Foxes and
The Flying Dragons, Daffodils, whatever.
the Fiery Dragons of Glamorgan.
The mighty Daff.
2, 3, 4 for 9 Middlesex, a lead of 6. Van der Houten 2 for 29. Moves in now, 6-3 fields. Bowls to Patterson over the top of it. He pushes defensively into the offside. There you go. So what was all the trouble? I'd been out there against Kent as well. They did. They were all asking him. So I went across. I don't often do it, but it was just one of those performances. You thought, you've got to see what the reaction is to this. And they all go to the bowler's bar in the side of the pavilion at the end of the match, the Middlesex players. They were all in there. Come on, Dane. You must have been. I wasn't nervous. It was fine. I'd have gone out there and done it. Fabulous match, that Kent's one. Yeah, go hard. Thumping the last ball of the penultimate over of the match for 6 to win it. As here's a full ball inside edge from Patterson off Van der Houten. It deflects off the pad into the offside, a few yelps, but it was a thick inside edge onto the pad. Wasn't a great deal of foot movement again, though. The stumps are on display for the bowler. Here's another one, could be in the World Test Championship final. Dane Patterson.
Yep.
Early season stint with Middlesex, and then off to the South African squad.
Yeah, in both games against Glamorgan, he's bowled really well without much success.
Here comes Van der Houten. He's pushed back up the track, and there's no. And that's been the story of his stint with Middlesex. He's gone past the bat endlessly, but just hasn't got the wickets extraordinarily in this stint. Very popular player at Nottinghamshire. I was having a chat with him about it the last couple of evenings, actually, and Toby Rowland-Jones as well last night. Corey Collymore had a stint with Middlesex in 2013, and it was unbelievable. I've said it many times of this stint that Patterson's had. It was unbelievable how many times he went past the bat. Tim Murtagh got 85 wickets at the other end that year. As Van der Houten's in, bowls, and Patterson drives to cover, and there's no run. 2011, was it? 2012 maybe. But Collymore, unbelievable bowling, just didn't get the wickets. They all went at the other end. And I put it to Rowan Jones last night when Patterson was next to us. I remember when Collymore did it? Yeah, very, very similar. But Patterson's had no luck in the wickets column, but he's bowled extremely well and been a very popular part of this team. But yes, he departs into these championship rounds now as all focus turns to the blast, and Kane Williamson arrives. That's a little boost for Middlesex. It's quite a big boost for Middlesex, really, after a back-to-back defeats to win this tranche of championship games. Hayden Kerr, another Australian on his way in.
Sydney Sixers, he's here. He's played for the Twos.
Oh, he's here already, is he? And they're playing Nepal tomorrow, the Twos, aren't they?
They are meant to be in Newport.
If the weather holds, yeah. Yeah, I could pop have breakfast in the hotel and pop and see Nepal against Glammy seconds. They were playing India at the T20 World Cup last summer. Where would they rather be? New York playing India or Newport playing Glamorgan
Spitty Park,
seconds?
of course, yeah.
Where would you rather be, Webby? Newport or New York?
New York, where's that come into it?
That's where Nepal played India last summer.
Okay. Kuhneman bowls, and that's driven into the off-side, and they'll go through for a single off the first ball of the over.
You're multitasking, you're not listening to me. What are you doing? Sorry, I'm throwing things at you while you're not listening.
I am doing my best to multitask at the moment.
They get their money's worth out of you, don't they, Webby?
I aim to please. 2:35 for 9, Middlesex lead by 7 as Kuhneman is in to bowl, flicked off his legs by Patterson on the leg side. So making up -2 on the over 8 is going to take them, even if it's only 10 minutes. They're still not quite there. As that is a big blow. It could be Kuhneman's 6th, and it's taken at deep mid on. Patterson goes for 5. Middlesex are 235 all out, and Glamorgan need 8 to win this match.
And can Middlesex turn around that -2 before they get that 8 as well, so they can come out of Cardiff with some points at least. So, well, that was 1-0 to South Africa, Australia against South Africa early there, wasn't it? In the World Test Championship duo. There's Marnus Labuschagne as well. The pat on the back for Kuhnemann, but Nathan Lyon, the lead spinner, it's whether they play 2 or not at Lords in the spin department. But 2-3-5 all out, 6 for 53 Kuhnemann announced to the Cardiff crowd. And, well, if it is to be a one Glammy wonder, it's one that everyone will remember.
Yeah, I want him back by the look of it. And on a seam-dominated game, the spinner has turned things in his favour on the final day. And just 8 to win. So,
we reckon that's tea.
In all probability, tea will be taken. So, thank you. It's a 20-minute break here on BBC Sport Online. We'll be back with you for the final couple of overs.
Is that all it's going to take?
Who knows?
I'll give you the rest of the Glamorgan bowling figures in just a moment. So Middlesex 235 all out, Nargis Sharma 8 not out, in that total 7 extras, 1 leg by and 6 ones. So Middlesex 235 all out in 58.3 overs. Here are the rest of the Glamorgan bowling figures. Tim van der Houten 14 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 29. James Harris, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 65. Andy Gorvin, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 71. Zainul Hassan, 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 16. And Matthew Kuhnemann, as I just said, career best, first class figures of 22.3 overs, 8 maidens, 6 for 53. I've got some latest scores from elsewhere. We'll start once again at Biggleswade. Progress in the 2 National Counties T20 matches which have been taking place today. The first one saw Bedfordshire beat Wales National Counties by 33 runs. Bedfordshire made 129 for 8. Wales dismissed for 96. In the second game, Wales batting first. They made 118 and currently in the 4th over. Bedfordshire are 18 without loss. Another result in the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset had beaten Durham by 7 wickets at Chester District. That's after Sussex beat Hampshire by 9 wickets at the Utilita Bowl. The other games still in progress. First of all at Northampton. Gloucestershire 372 for 8, trailing Northamptonshire by 97 runs. Tea time at Headingley sees Yorkshire 45 for 1, still requiring 418 to beat Nottinghamshire. At New Road, Warwickshire at 231 for 7, leading Worcestershire in the battle of the Bears against the Pears. They're leading by 277. At Grace Road, Lancashire are 194 for 4, trailing Leicestershire by 457 runs. At Derby, Kent are 36 without loss in their second innings, following on against Derbyshire, so Kent still trailing by 225. And at the Oval, Essex in their second innings are 383 for 6. Essex leading Surrey by 321 runs. A reminder that if you haven't already done so, you can obtain a score sheet for this match from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. They are free of charge, don't forget. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, will be open until 5 p.m. It's selling as always a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. If you're looking for refreshments, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget that there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castet Howell stand, and snacks can also be obtained from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. And tomorrow, the Glamorgan second 11 meet Nepal in a 50 overs contest at Spitty Park in Newport. The game starts at 11 a.m.
Glamorgan about to complete their third successive win. They need just 8 runs to win this match after Middlesex were dismissed for 235 in their second innings, despite half centuries from Sam Robson and Toby Rowland-Jones. His innings only served to make Glamorgan bat again, as Matt Kuhneman, the Australian spinner, took 6 for 53 on his first and possibly only Glamorgan appearance. Play resumes shortly. Glamorgan need just 8 to win.
To open the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, Zain Al-Hassan and Asa Tribe. To open the bowling for Middlesex at the river end, Zafar Gohar.
Welcome back then for the final knockings of this county championship match between Glamorgan and Middlesex, and it's Zafar Gohar bowling to Zain Al-Hassan, who takes a run first ball as he pushes it out into the offside. It's 8 to win for Glamorgan, and Middlesex desperately trying to avert a possible points deduction for a slow over rate. Asa Tribe takes guard. Glamorgan need 8 to win, after bowling Middlesex out for 235, Matt Kuhneman 6 for 53. Zafar Gohar is in to bowl to Asa Tribe, who drives gently back to the bowler, and there is no run. And Gohar back on his mark already. In bowls, and Tribe cuts at a wide ball, sends it gently out towards point, and they'll go through for a single. 2 without loss, 6 to win for Glamorgan. What 3 days it has been for the home side. Gohar bowls again, and Al-Hassan is forward. Ball flicked back to Gohar straight away. He'll bowl as soon as Zain Al-Hassan is ready, and Zain Al-Hassan goes for a big shot outside the off stump, misses. Davis fumbles, lobs it back to Zafar Gohar.
T20 started already.
Goa bowls, out comes the reverse sweep. Ul Hassan misses, ball hits him on the pad. There's not even a suggestion of appeal. Middlesex sprint round between overs, and presumably it'll be more spin from this Cathedral Road end.
Higgins off one step. It's extraordinary, isn't it? He turned around to half appeal, as you say, and then he thought, no, we don't want to appeal because it'll
waste time.
Yeah.
Complicate things.
Yeah, don't go upstairs, whatever you do, wrote Toby. So he he turned around, ran back to the top of his mark, not realising he'd actually bowled his 6th ball. So then grabbed his sweater and he was off. Here's Higgins. Oh, slowly scratching away at his crease, his tribe. Oh no, look, he's retaking his guards. He's scratching away again.
Well, he just wants a little nod out, doesn't he, a red inker?
Yeah, here's Higgins. Off one, he nearly bowled a wide. Off one pace.
Umpire has mercy. It's Sunday, have mercy.
Yeah. Higgins again. They need 8 to win. There's another one of them. It's stroked out to deep cover. Through they come for the single. That means Ul Hassan is going to have to take guard now as well. Oh dear.
Oh, the over 8's gone to level on the board.
Has it?
They're okay.
I told you. Genuine. This is why Middlesex was so upset about Arrowgate. Here's Higgins bowls onto the hip. It's clipped away down towards fine leg, and there is a single taken. Right, then get the proper bowlers on now and win the game.
4 for no wicket, 4 to win. As Higgins bowling off 3 or 4 steps, bowls outside off stump. Tribe has nothing to do with it. Davis slings it back quickly around the offside field. Here's Higgins again, bowls to Tribe, who's beaten by that one extraordinarily. Higgins is sort of bowling seam off about, as I say, 3 or 4 steps. As Tribe turns it on the leg side, will pick up just a single out towards deep mid-wicket. 5 for no wicket, 3 to win.
Are we at the start your engines point? I think we've been there for a while, haven't we?
Yes, certainly the car keys are in the hand, even if the car engines haven't started yet.
So basically they gained 2 points today, Middlesex.
Yes. They've avoided a deduction as Zafar Goa will continue.
Is that some consolation to take? No.
Goa bowls, Tribe plays it away on the leg side. There could be a couple of runs here. They'll turn, they'll come back for the second. Glamorgan are up to 7 without loss, and the scores are level here at Sapphire Gardens.
9 wicket win for Middlesex at Lords. Glamorgan about to complete a 10 wicket win here at Cardiff.
Almost symmetrical. Zafar Goa bowls, Tribe is forward, playing it on the onside, and there is the winning run as they go through for a single. Glamorgan 8 for naught, win by 10 wickets. Middlesex have avoided a points deduction, but Glamorgan take 22 points from the game, and they win 3 in a row for the first time in 10 years, and 3 a day early for the first time ever. Congratulations to all involved. Matt Kuhneman with the 6-wicket haul leading the way today. Centuries from Kieran Carlson and Sam Northeast in the first innings set it up. Andy Gorvin led the first innings attack. Matt Kuhneman has caused most of the problems for Middlesex today. And Glamorgan 8 for naught, win by 10 wickets here at Sapphire Gardens. Kevin.
So it was the match at Lords that turned it for Glamorgan. Jolt in the arm. Was that 3 matches? Is that the 3 matches since then? Or was there another one before that?
That was the 3rd of their disappointing run, yes. And since then, they've turned in a positive draw against Derbyshire and 3 wins on the bounce.
Well, that's what Middlesex have got to go and do for the rest of the season now, is turn this defeat at Cardiff and the defeat by Leicestershire last week into some sort of winning run for the rest of the season. They'll take themselves off looking pretty glum at the moment. Not a game that they'll look back on fondly, I don't think. Higgins got his first 5 for as a Middlesex bowler. Bowled well, but not well enough as a unit. And that double century stand defined the game, didn't it? That was really the highlight of the game for either side, really, and that's what won it for Glamorgan. So congratulations, Glamorgan. It was a lovely 3 days, wasn't it? It's a shame, really, that we didn't perhaps get that final day with a bit of tension between both. Middlesex were well, 120 at least shy of just putting a little bit of pressure into this chase. But there we go. Lovely win for Glamorgan. Middlesex with a little bit of thinking to do, but they'll head into the blast now with time to have that rethink and, reset in the blast and come again.
Coverage of the blast, of course, on the BBC Sport website and BBC Sounds. Middlesex against Sussex at Lords on Thursday. Middlesex against Glamorgan at Northwood on Sunday. I look forward to being with you for that game, as well as the women's game that precedes it, 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock at Northwood. And good luck to Kevin in your next endeavours.
Thank you. Thursday, Lords, join us if you can.
There we are. Glamorgan 8-0, win by 10 wickets from the team here at Sophia Gardens. Dylan Griffiths, Kevin Hand, Kenneth Davis on the first day, and myself, Nick Webb. Thank you very much indeed for your listening. Thank you for your contributions via social media. Watch out for the report on BBC Sport Online and reaction as well via X. From us all, a very good afternoon.